Good morning, my wonderful stitchy friends. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. It is so wonderful to have your company today on what is always a special day. It's always a special day when we get together, but it's also National Chocolates Day. Yes, like individual boxes of chocolates. What's your favourite? Dairy Milk? Black Magic? Nice box of Thorntons, little Ferrero Rocher. My favourites are the Gillian chocolate seashells. They are like my absolute nemesis. Love them. Gorgeous. It's also National Giving Day, so a day when everybody can think about giving something to somebody else, maybe giving them a hug or giving them a little bit of words of encouragement, something like that. Well, we're going to start today, as always, by giving you the gift of an early bird. Oh, hello, there they are. Thought they'd flown off for a moment. Well, this is rather close to my heart, today's early bird. Now check out the quilt that's behind me, that's relevant. Those are made using my Kyoto fabric range. Now then, the Kyoto fabric range, have you come straight in? No, that's not the early bird price, is it? Listen, I need to say first of all, the proper price is not $89.99 at all. The normal price, hang on a sec, the normal price is £120. This is 12 1 metre pieces of fabric here. 12 1 metre pieces of fabric. Now the normal price for Kyoto is £10 a metre. It's already a fabulously priced fabric, but today our early bird is this bundle of all 12 fabrics from the Kyoto collection. You get 1 metre of each for £79.99. That means you're paying £7.99 per metre of fabric, which is absolutely incredible value. Remember, here at Sewing Street, the majority of our quilt weight fabrics are £7.49 per half metre. You're getting a metre of fabric for £7.99. You're getting all 12. Now then, the quilt that's hanging behind me is made from Kyoto. Let's have a quick look at it and you can see some of the gorgeous fabrics that are included in our early bird. This is a never to be repeated deal, believe me. So Kyoto is divided up into two sort of colour ranges. A gorgeous blue, these lovely blues here. You've got carp, you've got bamboo, cranes, little blossoms. You've got the blue rice bowls print, and then you've got the jade colourway over here, which has got these gorgeous lily pad blossoms. You've got little blossoms there, cherry blossom as well. You've got the bamboo canes, you've got the little cherry blossom with an orange background, and then you've got those rice bowls as well. So you get 12 full metre pieces of fabric in this bundle. 12 full metre pieces. So this is an absolute fabulous stack. Look at all this gorgeous fabric you're getting for £79.99. Now remember, the full price should be £120. I don't know why we started with a price of £89.99, because that is nowhere near the normal price. It's £120, but today you're paying £79.99, £7.99 per half metre, including, look, you get full metres of the rice bowls in blue and orange. You're saving £40. You've got your blossoms, gorgeous. I love that bamboo leaves on green. It's such a pretty fabric. Really gorgeous. Let me say a few good mornings while I'm flicking through fabric. Susan, good morning to you. Clare says good morning, Stuart and all. Claire's got in touch on Facebook. Janet's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart and crew. They all say good morning. Looking lovely. Thank you. Dark and moody today, dark and moody. The crane, flying crane on a little kind of Sashiko inspired background. Those little cherry blossom or plum blossoms, the little waves. Bamboo leaves, there's your lily pads and water lilies, and those lovely carp as well. So 12 metres. Now to make the quilt that's hanging behind me, which is my garden maze quilt, this bundle is absolutely perfect. You're going to have all the fabric in there that you need for all of your large squares here, all of the fabric that you'll need to cut your wide logs. You wouldn't quite have enough fabric, I don't think, to make the border because it's quite a big quilt. It's only a narrow border, but you wouldn't need much more. You could use perhaps 2 of the fabrics to create the border or do a pieced border and binding. And actually, this is large single bed size quilt that's hanging behind me, but you'd actually have enough fabric in there to do king sized. You could do a king sized quilt out of that. Now, I mention that because the pattern for the garden maze quilt is reprinted and available. I know lots of people wanted that. We'll get to that in just a minute, but I just want to mention that now. If you do want to make the quilt behind me, the Kyoto garden maze, you need the bundle. So that's that gorgeous bundle, $79.99, incredible value for 12 whole meters. You could make 12 bags. Actually more than that, probably 15 bags out of all of that fabric. Amazing. It's a lot of bags. A king size quilt. You'd need to add some either solid white, as I have. You could maybe add something like a black, sorry, not black, a really dark navy would look good. Really dark navy. Darkest you can find. That would look awesome. You could even go really bright and go something like a jade green or bright orange would also work if you want something more vibrant. But yeah, absolutely terrific value. That, remember, you're only paying 1 P&P. $3.95 is all you'll pay. Get the early bird, and that's you set up for the rest of the day. Another little good morning to Fiona, who says, good morning, Slim Jim. Thank you. See, you have the right shirt on for National Square Dance Day. It is indeed National Square Dance Day. So if you fancy a little dozy-do and a little 2-step to the right and 2-step to the left, give me a shout. I'm your man. I love a square dance. Or any kind of dance. All right, so that's our early bird today. It is the Kyoto 12-meter bundle. I will leave that with you. Now, let's have a little look at the menu and see what's coming up in today's shows. All right, so first off this morning, we've got a little bit of a focus on my fabrics and also my yarns. We've also got Last Chance Tilda. So that's at 8:30. So stick around for that. We've kind of divided the first hour up a little bit. Now at 9 o'clock, my old friend Janet Clare is here with her brand new zipped pouches and some lovely quilt kits. We've got some gorgeous new projects from Janet at 9 a.m. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got Bundle Heaven. Now this is not to be missed. We've got some amazing bundles of fabric, everything from Liberty Wiltshire Shadow. We've got some beautiful new fabrics from Lewis and Irene. We've got some Philip Jacobs and Kay Fassett. We've got beautiful, beautiful fabrics in that hour. Riley Blake. We've got some Dan Morris collections. Stick around for that. Now at 11, Janet will be back with her Bright Above Me quilt kit, the most beautiful star sampler. I just love it. And that sort of deep inky background. It is really, really beautiful. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got an hour of premium quilt kits. And also, we are going to have a bit of a look in that hour at some different quilt waddings or battings that you can use for your quilt as well. So if you've got any questions about quilt batting, get them in. You know our email address. It is studio@sewingstreet.com. Get in touch if you've got any questions at all about batting or anything else at all really, or if you've got a question for Janet, get it in. You can also, of course, message us directly at the studio through our Facebook page or also through our website, Sewing Street TV. Easy. Oh, Kirsty's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. I love your Kyoto range. I have all the original pre-cuts, made a lot of different projects with them as presents, all very gratefully received. That is wonderful. Thank you, Kirsty. Let's have a little look at the website. There it is. Oh, there I am. Dark and moody. Now then, let's see. How do we shop? How do we shop? Well, if you click on Watch Live, and then there we go. There we go. You can see on the side our early bird, the Kyoto 12 1-meter pack. Brilliant price that. Grab it while you can. And then if you scroll down, you will see coming up in today's shows. You'll also, after we've started, you'll also see, you know, what's already been shown, but you'll be able to see there everything you're able to get. And you'll see there we've got loads of my sock yarns, Show Your Pride, Walking in Nature, loads of my different fabrics. Yes, we've got indigo elements. Yes, we've got Kyoto. We've also got some really beautiful Tilda fabrics. The last few collections, and this is Last Chance Saloon. This is our last opportunity. We probably won't have many of these fabrics left after today, if at all. So if you love your Tilda and you want just a little bit more, today's your opportunity. Now, while we're there, look, there's my garden maze quilt pattern. It's $9.99. That's to make not only the quilt that was hanging behind me, but also the little green Tilda quilt. You've actually got the quilt in 6 different sizes. So you can make that quilt in 6 different sizes. You get all of the layouts, you get your cutting instructions, your piecing instructions, absolutely everything to make 6 different sized quilts. Everything from a cushion right up to king sized. All right then, so carrying on, we've got all lovely Janet Clare's quilt kits and new bags. We've got some fabulous bundles. I'm really tempted by some of these. I've had a little shufty through them, and we've got some gorgeous fabric bundles. We've also got a few really nice books too. Janet's second hour, we've got a focus on winter, Christmas, the Bright Above Me quilt, and then in the 12 o'clock hour, all those incredible premium quilt kits. We've got Tula, Cave, we've got Moda, absolutely beautiful stuff, and then lots of different quilt battings. So again, get your questions in about quilt batting. We'll have a look at some of those in the 12 o'clock hour. Deborah's got in touch to say good morning. It's my favourite presenter. Deborah, you're getting a kiss for that. Mwah. Hope you caught it. Can't wait to watch this morning. It sounds like a fab day. It will be. Stick around, Deborah. We're going to have a great, great morning. Get in touch with any of your questions, by the way. All right, let's crack on then, and let's start by having a quick look at the garden maze instructions. So this is one I did. Now, I don't know if you want to have a little look at this quilt hanging right here. I did this one. Now, Deputy Joan did the piecing, and then I quilted and bound it. So a bit of a joint operation here. This is the 4-block baby quilt or small wall hanging. So you get instructions for this, which looks incredible in the blue, doesn't it? And depending on how you set it, we've set it this way so it kind of creates this cross through the center, and you know, that is a very, very different look to this one here, which is the Kyoto. Now the Kyoto quilt that I've got here, this is a 20-block single bed size quilt. So much, much bigger quilt. You get full instructions for this as well. You also get right up to king size. There's a queen size. There's a double. I'm going to walk straight through now. Let me show you. I'll show you. So inside then, let me just move that over a tiny bit. How's that? There we go. That's lovely. Okay. So you've got your full instructions. So you've got your 4-block small quilt, your baby quilt, your wall hanging on the front. There's your cushion right there. And I talk first of all about the block itself, and it's made up of thick logs and thin logs, and a beautiful sort of square where you can highlight a particular motif. Now on the big quilt I've done the rice bowls in that square, but look right here on the cushion I've used the Tilda, and I've highlighted the elegant ladies having their wonderful party in the garden, and then just one block to the side of that creates this gorgeous cushion. Talk through all your fabric requirements, things like the binding, the batting, the backing, and then I go through how to make the block, how to cut, how to create sashings. You've got all your piecing photographs as well. It's a nice easy quilt as well. How to make the 4-block baby quilt. And then look at this, you get all of your layouts. So you can do the cushion, the baby quilt. Here's the single bed quilt. This is 12 blocks. So that's 55 by 71. Now actually the one that's hanging behind me, the Kyoto, I said it was the single, but it's actually the double bed. This is 71 by 87, so a really good size for a double bed with 20 blocks. You can do the 30 block queen size, but check out, now this is the king size, 36 blocks, but look at that different arrangement. This is all from the same quilt block. Such a great resource. I wanted to put as much as I could into one pattern because this is something that you will make again and again and again. I've made this quilt 5 times already, and I can't wait to make it again. I'm going to be making this again for in the new year with another brand new range of fabric. It is so versatile. Now you might have noticed that obviously it's made from strips. So actually, to quite an extent, it's very jelly roll friendly. Your 2.5 strips are going to work, inch strips are going to work absolutely great. So if you've got jelly rolls, perfect. You do need some yardage as well. But it will also work perfectly with fat quarters. So I tried to write it in a way that was as adaptable as possible. Now another little idea, let me just bring this cushion back in. I always like to create patterns that can be adapted. This square right here, now I've used a feature fabric for this particular cushion. In the other smaller quilt, the green quilt, just any fabric will do. But also you could divide this up, so you could turn this into a 4 patch, you could do a 9 patch, you could do half square triangles, you could do rail fence. I do 4 little mini rail fence blocks in there. That would also work really well. So I mean, there's loads that you can do with that corner square as well. So feel free to adapt, modify, make this pattern your own. All right, grab those instructions while you can. They sold out really quick. I had so many emails and messages from you. If you were unable to get the pattern, grab it now. We've managed to get more printed, but that will sell out, I'm pretty certain. Pamela's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. I see some yarn there. Would like to know if there is an offer on. Thanks. Well, now then, we have got my Walking in Nature yarn, which are brand new, actually. Should we have a look at those next? In fact, can we start with the Show Your Pride, please? Let's start with Show Your Pride, because we had this on before, but you could only buy this as a twin pack. And actually today we've got it as individual balls. So let's start off with BU. Okay, BU. So my Show Your Pride yarn is a 6 colour rainbow. Okay, I'm going to grab a sock just to show you how it knits up. Now then, this is actually knitted up in the Be Bold, which is the wide stripe. So with the Be Bold, you get about 8 rows per colour. Now we're looking at BU, which is the narrow stripe, and for that you actually get about 4 rows per colour, so it would be half the width of this. I don't have anything on the desk knitted up in that, but it's about half the width, so much narrower stripes, half the width. The yarn is 75% superwash wool, so you can machine wash your socks, your hats, your gloves, your whatever you want to make from it. It's 25% polyamide, which gives it that strength that you need for a sock yarn. It's a 4-ply yarn, which makes it absolutely perfect for socks. And you can see these knitted up here, beautiful. But it's also really versatile. So this yarn can be used to make things like hats, scarves, gloves, and you still get lovely patterning from the yarn. You still get those lovely stripes. You can also use this for things like garments, children's wear. Let me just show you this. This is a really cute, look at that cute little cardigan made in, this is made in Be Bold. This is the wider stripe, but really, really cute. Now I often get asked, how much yarn do I need? How many balls do I need for a pair of socks? Well, let me tell you, 1 ball will make a pair of socks. Now, I'm a size 8 and I can get, you know, a really, really good long leg on there, but Charlie's a size 12 and I can still get a pair of socks out of one ball. You don't want to go too long on the leg. That's about as long as you want to go on the leg. So probably about 6 to 7 inches on the leg, and then knit your foot. Obviously a size 12, your foot is going to be somewhere around about here, but you'll have plenty of yarn in one ball to knit up to a size 12. If you're a much smaller size, like a size 2 or a size 3, then out of 2 balls of yarn, you probably get 3 pairs of socks. So think about that when you're buying. So £6.95 for BU, that's the narrow stripe. And then here I've got the B bold. This is the one I've been showing you lots of samples of. This is the wide stripe, about 8 rows per colour. Now that's working on between about 60 and 80 stitches. You'll get about, 7 to 8 rows. We've also got here this beautiful scarf knitted up, lacy along the bottom and then through into a stripe. Now this is narrower. This is probably about, 30 stitches maybe, and you can see you've got really wide stripes there, and it's a really fun scarf. Let me just pop it on and I'll show you. So really, isn't that cute? Really like that. So again, knitted up, one ball, and you won't need one ball to knit this scarf. You get more. So probably some wrist warmers as well for £6.99. It's fantastic value, really soft as well, gorgeous to wear. That's our B bold, that's our wide stripe. Again, £6.99. And also, just to let you know, all of the royalties from this are going to Stonewall, who are a fantastic charity that fight for equality. So really, really great message there as well, and supporting a very worthwhile cause. All right, so that's B bold and BU. Let's move on to Walking in Nature. Now, let me start with, I've got here, this is Promenade and Stride. So Walking in Nature just launched a few weeks ago, and this is a self-patterning yarn. So as you knit, so this first one, you get both balls. This is Promenade, all the blues. Look at that gorgeous patterning that you get. Now you don't have to do anything to get the pattern. You just cast on and knit, and you can make a gorgeous matching pair of socks or a non-matching pair, and literally you just knit. This has gorgeous deep navy, turquoise, sky blue, almost like a lavendery blue, a beautiful soft grey, and then that lovely ecru ecru and a cream background that just keeps everything looking light and fresh. So you get a ball of Promenade. You also get a ball of Stride, and this is these sort of wonderful lilacs and magenta. Again, soft grey, there's a soft lilac-y colour, there's a puce in there as well, and then a grey, and then that lovely ecru. Now this is a gorgeous pair of walking socks that we had made, which look amazing, don't they? Really gorgeous. But you can also use this yarn to create things like scarves, beanies, berets. And a lot of these patterns, by the way, that I'm showing you are free on the Stylecraft website. So if you want free pattern to go with, check out the Walking in Nature page. Right, next up, let's look at Dilly Dally and Ramble. Don't dilly-dally on the way. So first of all, this is Ramble. So Ramble is gorgeous kind of primaries. You've got red, orange, a gorgeous kind of golden yellow. You've also got a deep moss green and a navy, again mixed with cream. I always think it's exciting when you sort of look at the ball and think, how's that going to knit up? I mean, if you ever want to just check, if you have a look on the side, on the ball band, there's a little section there that has a little swatch knitted up, so you can see how it's going to turn out. But that's Ramble. And then you're also getting a ball of Dilly Dally for £15.50. So great value. I love Dilly Dally. It could possibly be my favourite colour. I just think it looks wonderful knitted up. You've got vibrant orange, golden yellow, you've got a kind of deep orangey red, you've got an Air Force blue, a soft blue grey, and then that lovely creamy background. Really fresh. Okay, that's the next pair. And then the last duo, you have got Wander and Hike. So Wander are these lovely, there's a golden kind of biscuity colour. You've got a lovely vibrant rose pink, a deep violet, and then you've got moss green, and then that lovely cream background. So you've got some areas where it's kind of fair isle speckles, and then you've got these bold stripes as well. And you can see here we've done a sort of non-matching pair. So simply, if you cast on and knit your first sock, and then wherever the yarn ends, just cast on and knit your next sock. They will still match because obviously the stripe pattern flows through, but it starts and finishes at a different point. If you want to knit a pair that have matching stripes, then all you would do is you would wind your yarn off until you get to the same point that you cast on your first sock. So perhaps when you cast on your first sock, pick a particular part of the repeat and start there. Just keep in mind that with all matching, when you match fabrics, you need extra fabric. Same with matching up sock yarn. You will not necessarily be able to match up your stripes and still get a size 12. I would imagine you'd still get a size 8 or 9, but you know, you are going to waste a little bit of yarn by going to the next pattern repeat. So just keep that in mind. Now, Margaret sent in a question. Thanks for your question. Morning, Stuart and all. What's the meterage on the ball of stride, please? Let me find stride, which is which is stride. There we go, the meterage. Well, it's the same on all of them. 396 meters. 396 meters is fabulous yardage. Absolutely incredible. 433 yards. Hope that helps. You get loads of value actually. And then the last one that you get in that pack is Hike. And we've done the same kind of walking socks as I showed you before using these, which look incredible. This is all about the greens and golds. How cool is that? And you know what I love about the colours that I picked for this range is that they are all suitable for men, women, adults, children, absolutely across the board. There's something there for absolutely everybody. All right, keep going through for those. Right, moving on. We've got more fabric. More fabric, you say? I got you covered. I got you covered. All right, so let's start off with, should we go indigo elements? Let's start indigo elements. All right, so I've got 4 different options for you. Whether you want to go for half meters or fat quarters, and we've actually split them down so you can get smaller bundles. Let's start off with SU15, which is the half meter dark. Yeah. So let me show you. You're getting, I say 5, it's 6, isn't it? You get 6 half meters in this bundle for £29.99. 6 half meters from my Indigo Elements collection, which was all about kind of different ways of printing and dyeing fabric. So you've got one that looks like a tie-dye, you've got your little spots and bubbles, you've got raindrops, you've got your interlocking circles. There's another tie-dye on a light background this time. And then you get your hexagons. Now I'm just going to open this up so you can actually see this fabric. So this is number 6. And this is like a sort of like a cheetah cloth or mock patchwork, because it looks like you've pieced together all these hexagons on a white background. Absolutely beautiful fabric. I love putting this range together. Let me just show you the coordinates. You're getting all of this for £29.99. always sells out. Almost certainly the very last chance you will get to get these fabrics. So this is our first bundle for £29.99, 6.5 metres, so you're paying just £10 a metre for that. Right, next half metre, this is LQ48. Let me show you this. So to start off with, I'm going to open out the gorgeous hexagon fabric. So this time it's on the dark background. This is a really deep navy background. Beautiful. I've used that so much for bags and borders as well. It's absolutely perfect for that. And then you get your coordinating fabric, all different to the other collections. So you get your art print, you get shibori leaves, you get your monstera leaves. I had a shirt made out of that. You get your stripe, and then you also get this one here as well, which is a different kind of stripe. Lots of shibori influences in this. If you like shibori, it would also work really well if you love Japanese fabrics, or sashiko embroidery would work well with this too. Cantha quilting would look good on this. So you get 6.5 metres in that collection. Okay. Nice. I'll leave that to one side. Now, if you want some smaller cuts, then we have got some fat quarter bundles. Let's start off with the dark. Now then, these you get 5 fat quarters. So there's one missing, and the one that's missing is the hexagon sort of cheetah cloth. So these are the fat quarters you get in this pack for just £9.99. It's amazing value, isn't it? Because you're actually getting 1.25 metres of fabric here. So those are your 5 fabrics. Beautiful. Really lovely. So this would also work brilliantly with my garden maze quilt pattern. I would mix this with a plain white or a plain deep navy, depending on the look that you want, or you could go with a light chambray blue. That would also look really good for those thin logs. And then you could use these. One pack of 5 fat quarters plus, I'm going to grab the pattern, I think 1 metre, but I'm just going to check. 1 metre, yeah. So if you had these 5 fat quarters plus 1 metre of a solid, like a white or a deep navy or a chambray blue, you could make the 4-block baby quilt in the garden maze. Okay, amazing. That would be for less than £20. Brilliant, brilliant value. And then the other option that we've got in the indigo elements is this other bundle of 5 fat quarters. These are the lighter prints. So again, the hexagon cheetah cloth is taken out of this bundle. Beautiful. Yep, grab this while you can. I think this is probably your very last opportunity. And again, I might be inclined to mix like a navy with this or a white. But again, you could actually go with both sets of fat quarters plus a couple of metres of solid, and you could make the 12-block single bed quilt. Yeah, or just multi-buy, get a couple of packs. But then I suppose if you were going to do that, you might as well go for the ½ metre bundle, and then you'll have more options. So that's the indigo elements. We've also got some some Kyoto fabric. Now we've got 2 more packs, 2 packs left. Let's go carp NZ35. So I'm going to open this one up. So this one is 5 ½ metres of Kyoto for £24.99. So these are the navies, and there's a little bit of orange in there as well. So you've got the bamboo stems, crane, cherry blossom, the bamboo leaves, and the carp. 2.5 metres of fabric for £24.99. Fabulous. And then the last option in the Kyoto is what we call the Blossom range, which is those gorgeous jade greens. So in this one, you've got 5 ½ metres again. You've got your water lilies, plus your scattered blossoms. You've got your waves, bamboo leaves on jade, and your cherry blossoms. And again, you could use these 5.5 meters plus a couple of meters of solid and make a single bed quilt. Just beautiful, really fresh and great value. Brilliant value, $24.99. All right, so that's all of my fabrics, all of my yarns. We're going to spend the last part of the show looking at Tilda, which is also a big passion of mine. So let's grab some Tilda. Now then, I want to quickly mention we've got a little fat quarter bundle of 6 fat quarters from the latest collection. This is the Hometown range from Tilda. And these are their little coordinates, which is called neighbourhood. So what they've done here is to pick out 6 colours that will work beautifully with all Tilda ranges, but with the Hometown range in particular. You've got this gorgeous purple, a deep green, a turquoise or aqua, a blue, a gold, and a rust. Really gorgeous, lovely little print. What I'm going to do, I'm not going to open that up, I'm just going to show you here. The print is of a gorgeous little country cottage, almost like a little shack. And that's obviously the aqua one, just a larger piece. But you've got all 6 colours from the neighbourhood range, a fat quarter of each for $22.99. All right, so here on in, it's fabric by the 1/2 metre. Now what I've done just to try and make a little more sense of it is just to put it together into some little colour bundles that I can show you all together. So we'll start off with some purples. So these bundles, you can't buy this as a bundle, but you can make it up as your own bundle. So if you like how I've put these fabrics together, just write down the codes as we go. And let me just show you. So this is the first one that we're going to look at, which is all beautiful plums and purples and pinks, which I think look really lovely together. So let's start off with OV61. This is from the Hometown collection. Really stunning, like almost sort of Jacobean embroidery. Really beautiful. Now you're getting by the 1/2 metre. If you want more than 1/2 metre, just order multiples. Gorgeous, that one. All right, 3 left. There's just 3 1/2 metres. So 3 units left. Have to be quick for that one. This next one, let's go really vibrant. EA74. So this is from the Chic Escape range, but I wanted to show you how these go together so beautifully. So this is the Chic Escape. Now, while we're just grabbing the details of that, let's just have a quick look at this quilt that's hanging behind me. This is my Chic Escape quilt. Now, the Chic Escape range featured some really large-scale prints that were too beautiful to cut up into tiny pieces. So I didn't. I cut out 12.5-inch squares. I cut out 6.5 by 12.5-inch rectangles. I did a little bit of simple piecing with some of the smaller prints, just, you know, throw a bit of patchwork at it. But basically, I just used the prints in their large form, like this one right here with the gorgeous peacocks, about the size of your hand. Beautiful. I've got Charlie, our director, doing peacock cries in my ear. It's absolutely mystical. It's amazing. Now this is a cute one. This is called Daisy Field. This is ZH86. This is from the coordinate range that goes with Chic Escape. This is such a useful print. Beautiful ditzy floral. So if you want something that's a bit more kind of small scale, lower key, that will go really well with your Tilda, this is perfect. Now, how many units left? 6 of these left, 3 meters left, that's all. So if you want that, be quick. Let's go big and bold now. Let's go CE 11950. Again from Chic Escape. This is large Chinese vases. Check those out. Now these absolutely magnificent, and I think would make great border fabric. Now if you're buying border fabric for a quilt, let's say for example you're looking at these Tilda thinking I'm going to get the garden maze quilt pattern, I'm going to get a mixture of Tilda in all the plums, and I'm going to mix it with the solid, and I want to make a single bed size quilt. This would be perfect for cutting up into thin strips. It will still work, it'll still look lovely, but you could also cut out your 6.5-inch squares out of this. You could also buy maybe 1.5 meters of this particular one and use this for the border, and you could do your border. Now there is only 2.5 meters of this left, so if you want to grab that one for a border, grab it. All right, lower key now, E286. This is from Hometown. This is main collection, but again, it's got that feel of a tone on tone. This is going to blend really well with the other prints. And even though this is from Hometown and this is from Chic Escape, they go together absolutely beautifully. So don't be afraid to mix and match your ranges. Sorry, E286. It ends 86. There we go. Okay, we're struggling to get details for that. We'll have to come back to that. Right, MT53. Now this is Chic Escape. Beautiful big floral. Again, if you wanted to make something like a set of cushions and you don't want to cut the fabric up, you don't have to. Leave the pieces large. 18-inch square, 16-inch square, or rectangular pillow. Really beautiful fabric. £7.49 per half metre. And what's lovely about a fabric like this too, you've got loads of different colours in there that you can pick out and coordinate. So for example, there's a little bit of aqua in there, this sort of colour. Now I would pull that, here look, here from the Hometown range, pull that out and coordinate those two together. If you've got the fat quarter bundle, you've already got that fabric in there. But look, while we're here, why don't we do it? TV 29. This is that Hometown fabric in aqua. Absolutely beautiful. Small scale, but enough on there. I've used this for the backs of some cushions and also for the border. 3 of those left, 1.5 meters left. Again, I said at the start of the show, this is kind of last chance saloon for these. Okay, RL98. So this is the last of my pinks and purples and plums. These are the large Chinese vases, but done almost in a monotone, just a single colour. Lovely message from Bex. Morning, Stuart and everyone. I was lucky enough to get some of your fabric last time. Fabulous quality and just beautiful. Looking forward to watching today. Thank you so much, Bex. That's really kind of you. I can feel the fabric here, you know, but of course, when you get it home, you can feel its beautiful quality. And that's things like the Kyoto and the indigo elements. Beautiful. Okay, details on screen for that Tilda Chic Escape. All right, let's move on. I've got some gorgeous greens. Now, check out all of these beautiful, beautiful greens. Stunning. Now, when we launched the Garden Maze quilt pattern, we had some bundles to make the baby quilt, and the green was our very first sellout. It's the one that Deputy Joan picked to make the quilt from, and it sold out really, really fast. I've selected some lovely Tilda greens here. Let me show you how they look individually. Let's start off with WF84. So this is that peacock print. Again, it's got those gorgeous, elegant peony blossoms in the background. Oh, beautiful. Oh, Steph's having a good start to the day. Bran flakes and tea. And Stuart, for me, looking lovely in plaid. Thank you very much. What more could a girl wish for? Diamonds? I'd go for diamonds, to be honest, Steph. Yeah. Becky was working on the floor with me today. She agrees, diamonds first, me second. Yeah, yeah. What is it Marilyn said? Square, pear cut or square shaped? Those rocks don't lose their shape. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Beautiful. I was the only one that said beautiful. Nobody else likes my singing. Sorry. I'm always singing. I love to sing. I love to sing. I think I should sing more. TH84. This is from Hometown. Love that one in the green. Isn't it beautiful? And it works really well in the garden maze quilt because wherever you cut it, you've got some lovely interest. Ah, Mo's got in touch. Morning, handsome and crew. Why, thank you, Mo. Shame I've got to go out. I will leave you on for the cats, Luna and Mitzi. Ah, Luna, Mitzi. Morning. Oh, yeah, you've got to leave a bit of something on for the cats when you go out, haven't you? The radio or a bit of telly. IG34, just don't leave your credit card lying around, Mo, because they'll be straight on the phone lines ordering you all sorts of stuff. Any fish-related fabrics or feathers, anything with birds on. £7.49 per half metre. This is the daisy field in green. It's a great coordinate, this, isn't it? But it works really well on its own. I used this actually in the yellow for a bag, and I made the whole messenger bag out of that. But then what I did was I used a floral to create the bag flap. So if you imagine it was something like that. You know, you've got your bag flap in the floral and then the rest of your bag in daisy field, which looked really lovely. Okay, how are we doing stockwise on that green daisy field? 6 units left, 3 metres. Okay, next up, BT79. This is a glorious big floral. I absolutely love that fabric. That is a feature fabric. Just gorgeous. Now, something like an Irish chain quilt, use this for your alternate blocks, your big blocks, and then use something like these for your chain blocks. Beautiful. Little message. Keep singing, you're amazing. Oh, thank you. And love your colour combinations, very inspirational, says Wendy in Herefordshire. Well, Wendy, it's your fault now then if I keep on singing. Be careful what you wish for. Thank you for that, that's a really lovely message. Yeah, gorgeous, love this one, really beautiful. And again, in my quilt that's hanging here, I featured this sort of square here, a 12.5-inch square, beautiful to here. Just to really make the most of that lovely big print. You know, if a print looks too big to cut up, don't cut it up. You just need the right pattern. Talking of large prints, UD28. This is the large Chinese vases. Really colourful, stunning print that. Absolutely stunning. 8 of these left. Yeah, not much, not much. Sue says, love to sing along with you too. I finished your song in full Marilyn style. Sue, that sounds pretty wonderful. Happy birthday to you. Keep going now, keep going. Steph says, please can we have a photo of Mrs. Mills? Does she help you to sew? Well, of course I'll get a picture of Mrs. Mills, no problem. She's doing very well actually, she's almost 20 now. Let's grab HT20. Does she help me sew? She used to come and stand on the sewing machine or perch on the table right in front of the sewing machine, so I couldn't sew. Now she's very much quality control. When I lay anything out on the floor, she's all over it, walking around, lying on various bits. So yeah, she's still very much part of the process. Ah, isn't that lovely though? Beautiful. And again, sort of soft, romantic. It's got that real kind of country house style to it. Now, leaping forward to this season's collection, EV92. So this is from Hometown. This is that wonderful sort of Jacobean embroidery style design. Gorgeous kind of sinuous vines, beautiful stylized flowers. And I love the background, all those little blossoms and that uneven polka dot. Really pretty. £7.49 for the half metre. Stock-wise on this, we've just got 4 metres left. So if you want to use that for something like borders, 1.5 to 2 metres. If I really love a fabric, I will buy 3 metres, and then I know I've got enough for a fairly decent border on a fairly big quilt, and also some for piecing. This next one, MF47. So if you're buying speculatively, now this is one I would use oodles of, because this would make a beautiful, wide, elegant border. And I know you might be thinking, normally wouldn't you go for something sort of multicoloured in the border? Sometimes a really lovely calm print, but an interesting and exciting print, but just in a single colour, looks so beautiful and elegant. And perhaps as well, if you're going for more softer pastel-y colours, this would be a beautiful border print, but this would also make gorgeous pillows to go on the bed with the quilt. Love that one. I'd like to see more of that from Tilda. Okay, more. ZU52. Yeah, I always want a little bit more of everything. Sue says, my daughter loves your goats and would love to see a picture of her. Well, she says, loves your goat, would love to see a picture of her. Now, I think we've got 19. Isn't that awful? I don't know exactly how many. I think we've got 19 goats now. Actually, the last picture I put was of not a her, but a he, Titan, who is our billy goat. But I will put some more pictures. We'll have to do a montage. I've spent a lot of time on the farm actually over the last 10 days. It's been lovely. Last one in the greens, AY08. This would be really nice for bag making, I think, or for English paper piecing. A bit of EPP. Love it. All those opportunities for fussy cutting. Beautiful. Right, I've got so many more fabrics I need to show you. Let's go blues. We've just got 3 blues left. Let me show you these. These would still work because I'd pull a few pinks as well and a bit of gold and mix it in with these. Let's go SE65. That is stunning. I remember as a child, we went, I think it might have been Pittville Park in Cheltenham. And there was I want to say there was a pink peacock, genuinely like this, a peacock, that colour. It was pink. Am I making that up? They do exist, don't they? You do get pink peacocks. Oh, somebody who's watching, put me out of my misery. All the crew are going, no, you do not. It wasn't a flamingo. Oh, it was a sparrow. No, that's right. It was a sparrow. I'm always muddling them up. You do get pink, don't you? They are a thing. Can we just show that? Can we just show that? Let me show you this next one. This is LC83. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning, isn't it? Again, for fussy cutting, for appliquing, for featuring. 4 of these left, literally 2 meters left. 3 half meters left now. Grab it while you can. Last one, favorite this, RL86. This is my favorite print. I never thought I'd say that because it's the most low-key one, but that is so beautifully elegant. It's that sort of willow pattern, isn't it? Very classic. Less is more sometimes. That little nugget, that little gem of wisdom just came from Becky, who's on the floor with me. There's one unit left. Less is more. Beautiful. Right. Oh my goodness me. Look at this. These are all the rusts and oranges. Look at those, look at those, look at those. I'm going to have to be so quick. Right, let's start with this one, JM74. Absolutely glorious. That background colour is to die for, isn't it? Absolutely fabulous. Fiona says, definitely peacocks in Pittville. I don't remember a pink one, Stuart. Well, that might have just been my little fantasy there. Fiona, who knows? Steph says, yes, pink peacocks do exist. They're more like magenta, though. Stuart, thank you. Good. Sue says, you'd never get my daughter out of your goat paddock. She's 24, but still obsessed. Nothing wrong with that. I'm pretty obsessed with goats, too, and I'm slightly older than 24. Fiona says, so are you planning on using goat hair for spinning? How long have you and Charlie been together? Definitely not a spinning with goat hair. Mine actually are very short haired. They get longer and sort of curlier and shaggier. They're like teddy bears during the winter, but during the summer they're quite sleek and smooth. So you definitely wouldn't want to try spinning with that. And Charlie and I have been together. Next year will be our 20th anniversary, which isn't possible when you consider on my Facebook profile I'm 26. But yeah, 20 years. 20 years. I am 90. And I can't wait to do another 20 years. Can't wait. This is Daisy Field. Almost a sort of mango, isn't it? Rather than a rust, it's like a sort of mango. Lovely. Yeah, I've used this as the border, not this colour actually, I use the pink in the border, but it's a good border fabric too, even though it's a small scale fabric. And I'll tell you why I did that, because normally I might use a large scale print on the border, but the quilt is all the large scale, so I thought, contrast, let's go small scale in the border. So you can kind of flip these things on their head. 3 left of those, 3.5 meters, that's all. Right, HL86. This is that lovely Jacobean style floral. Looks good from any angle really, doesn't it? Delish, rich sort of deep orangey rust background, those lovely teal shades as well. NJ79. Patricia's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, love you from Blackpool. Thank you, my darling. You're getting a kiss too. And Steph says, Stuart, you're a truly romantic, bless you. Charlie is a lucky man. I'm getting that on a t-shirt, Steph. I'm getting that on a t-shirt. He's a lucky man, I'm a lucky man. We're both very lucky to have met each other. Fiona, you've got amazing record there. You obviously have a lot in common, have fun. We celebrated 40 years back in July, Fiona. That's immense. That's incredible. Well done and congratulations to you. Happy anniversary to you. This is MA07. Wow, 40 years. So that is mine plus 20 years. Amazing. But Charlie, so it's been lovely actually, because we got together when we were in our very early 30s. We were just into our 30s and we're now into our 50s. And I really feel like we've grown together, grown up together, and we've sort of shared the best part of our adult lives together. It's good stuff. Getting all a bit filling up. RN36. This is Neighbourhood. That lovely sort of rust coordinate. Now I used this to back my cushion. What have I done with my... Oh no, I didn't use that one, did I? I didn't use it for that. I used it for the other one. But anyway, makes great borders, backings, things like that. Oh, Wendy's got in touch to say, my husband and I have been together for 42 years, which is also amazing as I'm 39. Gorgeous, Wendy. If we don't believe it, who else will? Come on. You've got to say it with conviction, haven't you? US39. It's amazing. Congratulations to you as well. On literally turning back time. Oh, Sue says, been married for 35 years, together for 40. Could have killed him twice over and still been out on good behaviour. I don't know if I was meant to read that out, but... Oh yes, we all have our moments, don't we? There's that odd moment. I always remember hearing Dolly Parton. I went to see Dolly Parton, and when she was performing Jolene, she talked about, you know, the real Jolene who tried to steal her husband. And she said, you know, she tried to get my husband, she didn't get him, but every once in a while I look at him and boy, I wish she had. PS 63. That was my Dolly, by the way. Thank you. Don't get me started. Oh, so many lovely fabrics. We have also, I'm just going to mention, we have also got these beautiful golds and a little bit of grey in there as well. We will run these through during the break, but have a look on the website for these, the last of their kind. Lots of these I used actually in my quilt that's hanging behind. We need to go for a break. It's been a busy start to the day. Thank you for all your lovely messages, by the way. What a lovely little getting to know you session that's been. I'll see you after the break with the fabulous, the one and only Janet Clare.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilt Estate. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's great to have your company. And I'm joined here by the absolutely wonderful, the one and only Janet Clare.
Thank you.
Janet Clare.
Thank you.
Hey Janet, how are you?
I start every day with people telling me I'm wonderful and marvellous, obviously.
And so you should. And so you
should come here every day for a bit of a lift.
You'd be very welcome. You'd be very welcome. We'd love to have you here every day. Janet Clare, absolutely marvellous. We've already put the entire world to rights, haven't we?
Well, I know. When you got in nice and early, didn't we? We sat down with a cup of tea.
We did.
Everything is sorted, people. You can just relax.
Yeah. I mean, I think literally you could just put me and Janet into the jungle or into Parliament, probably.
Parliament we'd be more affected in Parliament, wouldn't we? The jungle,
although we both agreed that we rely on our other halves for more the sort of strategising in our lives. Actually, as far as strategising the nation, we've got it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, yes, totally. I mean, there's barely a subject we didn't cover this morning.
It's true. We think you'd like our agenda. Patchwork for all on a Friday. That sounds
Play day. Friday, play day.
Play day. No work, just play.
Just play, and then really good work comes from time to play.
Such good advice.
I know.
It's Janet Clare for you. Lauren to herself. Now, we have got some brand new projects from Janet. We're going to launch straight in with these zip pouches, Janet. I love them. This is a kit. We've got two different options. Let me start by just showing you what you can make. Now, I'm going to grab to the C. Which you've got that. You don't have a code on it, of course, but it's to the C. £55. Now, for £55, you are getting all of your fabrics. So you're getting yardage, you're getting a charm pack, you're getting all your zips, you're getting all your instructions to make, check this out, everybody, 5 zipped pouches. 5 of them. And they are all different. Let me show you what you're going to make. How fabulous. Do we get all of the patchwork instructions, everything?
Yes. So I give myself a challenge every now and again, and though the Moda pre-cuts are such a lovely little present, aren't they? They're all self-contained. You get the whole collection, and you don't want to buy 5 all the time to make a quilt. Sometimes you just think, well, what can I do with
I love that one.
Thank you. What can I do with one? So I set myself the challenge to make as many little pouches as I could out of one charm pack. I made them the biggest one first, and then I vowed to use up as many pieces as I possibly could. And here's my scraps. That's what I've got left. So
surely you could have made a pouch out of that,
I could have made a pouch out of that.
Come on.
What I could have done, actually, I could have put them on like a fusible interfacing and then machine quilted over them, made a really scrappy.
Yeah.
So I could have done.
Well, you could have done, Janet, but you didn't.
It didn't make any effort. I didn't make any effort there.
But will you now?
Maybe I might do.
go
Do you know what?
on.
It'd be quite a fun challenge, wouldn't it? To
Yeah.
just like
Do
all
it.
the bits.
Do it. Okay, we've all challenged you, Janet. On your next Friday play day.
I have to make something out of that.
Yeah.
All right then.
Awesome. A message. Oh, this is lovely from Sylvia, who's in Gloucestershire. She says, we've been married 60 years.
Wow.
Oh, bless you. Who to, Sylvia? Who to? Stuart and Janet for joint Prime Minister, says Chris from Greater Manchester. Let's do it. I'm up for
Friday's
it.
off though. I'm not working Friday.
No, I'm not working Friday.
Okay.
Friday's play
4-day
day.
week.
Closed Parliament.
Just close everything.
Yeah, doing a bit of quilting here, thanks.
Can't get sick. You can't do anything on
No.
Friday. It's Friday.
I think if everyone had a play day, there would be less sickness in the world.
I think there would.
Don't you?
Yes.
These are gorgeous. Have you seen this? This is number 4. How beautiful is that? Each and every one of them. But also, Janet, my mind is racing because I'm thinking if you're going to give me the patchwork patterns for all of these, I'm thinking about all the other ways once I've made my pouches that I'm then going to use those patterns. This is amazing. So we've gone from a 13-inch
Yes.
to a 9, sorry, to an 11.
11.
To a 9.
So there's 5.
A 7.
Yes.
And a
there's
5.
Yeah, there's a 5, a 7, a 9, 11 and a 13-inch pouch. And they are so useful. It's one of those things that if you don't have any, you kind of don't use them. And then once you've got a pouch, you think, I need more now.
Oh, absolutely.
I've had all sorts of, like all the cables for your chargers and everything go in one. Makeup, hair stuff, sewing thing. I mean, the list is endless.
Yeah, it really is. Project bags. I've always thought I'd like a little pouch, you know, like marsupials.
Oh yeah, just
for snacks.
just a little snack
And the
pouch.
TV remote.
There.
Can you imagine?
Is that going to be big enough for your snacks?
No.
Make you
No.
No.
No. Not even close. No, but actually physically a pouch
little
of skin
pouch.
that you could put. Would be lovely. Oh, I think it'd be nice. Anyway, I can't believe the value in this. It's incredible. So Janet, what do we need to add to make these 5 pouches? We buy
Thread.
the kit.
Thread.
That's it.
Yes.
So what about lining fabric?
Thread. No, that's in there.
Backing?
The backing fabric's in there.
Seriously?
Really nice quality zips are in there and all the instructions. And I did it as a skill builder, so there's nothing more challenging than a half square triangle.
Okay.
But you've got lots of cutting and it really helps you manage your fabric. You know, you really think, well, I can use that. And I've made them, I've list the order that I've made them in so that I was, whatever leftover elements I had from the first one, I was then putting into the next one. And then I was getting scrappier and scrappier.
I love the world of Janet Clare. When you look at everything together, do you know what I mean though? It's just beautiful and everything's it's just gorgeous though, the things you make, they're just beautiful. And I love all the different styles as well. You know, this one over here with this sort of cascading brick design, it's just gorgeous, but so completely different to, this is very sort of comfort zone for me, kind of lovely traditional patchwork.
Piecing.
But then I love the artiness and the coolness of that. I'd feel like a real artist making that.
We're just playing. The thing is that we've got to use up what we've got, haven't we? And if you've bought the kit, I don't like asking people to buy a kit and then they're having masses left over.
No.
So my little scraps, that's what I had left of the charm squares. But I did not touch any of the extra that we've provided for the lining and the backing fabric. So what I would do is I would cut the lining fabrics and the backing fabrics out. And then if you're worried about not having enough or you've made a little mistake or something, you may have some extra to put in. But make sure you've cut the elements out first.
Brilliant. So that is the first option. Absolutely blown away by that. The other option, so that's using To the Sea, which is very much those kind of sea themed, gorgeous. But you've also got the option to make the bags in Astra. okay, which is another of your collections. This was a bit of a, I remember the story of lockdown.
Lockdown playing. Again, time to
Stargazing.
play. We were
Yeah.
talking about that as well, weren't we?
We were.
We missed a lot, but also we missed all the travelling to places, and we actually had more hours and
Yeah.
just to feel settled and to play.
Yeah.
So Astra is one of those. So we were looking at SpaceX and satellites and the space station, and I was playing with ink and bleach, and I've got these really lovely orange colour, so I've got little orange accents in
I
it.
love that. I love that. So what you're getting here again, you're getting your beautiful quality zips. You're getting your Astra by Janet Clare. It's really interesting actually because you designed Astra and you were playing with ink and dye and bleach, and at the very same time I was in one of the barns playing with indigo dye and bleach and potato printing and tie-dyeing, and my Indigo Elements range came out of that.
Yep.
It's interesting as well that I mean obviously you've got a beautiful colour palette that your collections draw from, and I'm sort of, whatever I feel like at the time. But it's interesting that we both did blues.
Both the same thing.
At a time when you need that grounding.
Yes, very settled and safe, and just lovely. And using what we had.
Yes.
Like potato printing. Maybe if you hadn't been locked down, you'd have gone and bought a lino kit or something,
right.
and you thought, no, I've got
right.
potatoes and it will work. And you don't need to overcomplicate things sometimes, do you?
No. I've always got a potato in my kitchen,
always
Janet.
got
I can
potatoes.
make leek and potato soup. I can make mashed potato. I'm not saying any more. Gorgeous.
That's what I got greeted with. 5 to 7 this morning. Soupgate. People who hadn't watched it were just going, what
Exactly.
are these two?
What? You get your pattern as well. So much value in there. It's absolutely incroyable. Fabulous. I love it. It's my favourite project that you've come up with, Janet. I love that. I just love the versatility, and I love the fact that there's some traditional piecing in there. There's some quite sort of arty.
Yes, and just enjoy the fabric. By the time you're down to your scraps, you are just enjoying playing with the fabric, and you will feel so satisfied that you've made something.
And you're a bit more relaxed at that stage as well.
Absolutely.
Because it's just, you're playing with bits. It's lovely.
Just play.
Lovely. Now, if you fancy just getting the pattern, we got you covered. Here it is. Janet Clare's zipped pouches. Simply take 1 5-inch charm square pack to make 5 zip pouch fronts for, you kidding me, $9.99 to get all 5. That is superb. Oh, look at that. I love that with a bit of green in there.
Yes, so I've made it with, because it works with any charm square.
Beautiful, yeah.
Works with any charm square.
And I can't resist them.
They're a really lovely gift. They're a nice price point for people to give them to you as a present. And oftentimes you've got one and then you think, well, what am I going to do with it?
Right.
And then you can keep all your 5 pouches to yourself. If you've got 5 gifts, 5 gifts there. Lots and lots of instructions. We really try and be as helpful as we can with the pattern. So, I mean...
Immensely. All those photos, all those diagrams.
all the
Look
diagrams.
at this. Exploded diagrams that then show you then how to put the rows together, how to put the block together. I mean, this is superb. If you've never done patchwork before, I'll be honest, Janet, I don't do gift wrapping. I do gift bags. Because I'm rubbish. I'm really rubbish at gift
I think
wrap.
that's the way to go. Get the gift bag. Smallest. This can be yours forevermore now. There, that tiny little, my little scraps.
Yeah.
There you go.
But you could make these as gifts.
They'd be
put
lovely.
something in and then...
They would. And you've got a plain backing, so you could personalise the back with people's names, couldn't you?
You absolutely could.
And then call them back in. We do have to be thrifting. We do have to use what we've got,
I
don't
love a bit
we?
of thrift.
And this, you can see there's no waste with this.
It's amazing. It's absolutely brilliant. I love it. You can grab the pattern on its own, $9.99. That is flying. It's a really good one to have actually in your stash when you just think, oh, I've got a few bits left. What can I do with them? Make one of Janet's pouches.
Orphan blocks.
Orphan blocks, that's a great
blocks.
idea, yeah. And just those bits that are left over from a favourite quilt too,
Yep.
that you don't want to throw away, but they're sort of too small for anything else.
Yes. Yes.
Janet will inspire you, I guarantee it, every single time. So that's a brand new product launch. Now, another project I am really excited about is Charming Girls.
Charming Girls. I have so much
Charming
fun
Girls.
naming things as well.
Your names are always clever and smart.
Thank you. Do you know what? Nothing really exists for me until it's got the right name.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Like, I know I want to do something to do with space and stars, but until it was Astra, I didn't know what it was.
Interesting. So the name comes and then you develop from there?
The name comes really early, and if the name's not right, I just feel completely stuck and like I'm wading through treacle. I know.
How interesting. I want to come and spend a day in your studio with you. I'll be very quiet.
Come.
Could I?
Yes, absolutely.
I'd love to.
We should organise that.
We should organise that.
Not
It'll
on a
be so much
Friday,
fun.
though.
Not Friday, that's play day. Not playing together, and that's that. Right, have a look at this. This is incredible. This is so beautiful. So this is mounted on a piece of card so I can hold it up.
Yes.
This is a little mini art quilt, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It's a lovely wall hanging. It looks lovely in a frame. I mean, you could use it as a table mat, could just put it on the table if you wanted to.
I'm not putting a greasy pot on that.
No.
Spill a bit of gravy.
Spilling your gravy. But again, it uses every single bit. I think you've got 2 squares left over from the little candy. It's a really nice little project. You've got piecing, you've got a plique, you've got some free motion sewing or embroidery, and you've got some hand quilting. So there's a bit of everything in there.
Now you see, I'm thinking get together with a few friends, a kit each.
Yes,
and
lovely.
essentially, imagine you've got Janet there. We don't have to imagine because actually the pattern, the way you write your patterns, it's
Thank
like
you.
having Janet with you. This is a workshop for £16.50. You could, if you were lucky enough, get on a Janet Clare workshop. They're few and far between. And if you get on one, you're a really lucky person.
Thank
and you
you.
can learn from Janet. But you can learn from Janet by buying this little mini kit. So you've got your background. This is your backing.
Yeah, you've got your backing.
and your wadding.
It's completely bagged out.
Janet.
Again, thread. I think that's all you need is thread.
You've got your little, these are cute.
The candies are so lovely.
This is so cute. This is a mini charm pack.
a little mini charm pack. So they're 2.5 inches.
Love it.
They're very cute.
You sit, look, you've even got your Bonder web. That is fabulous. I remember this when we did our last show, Janet. You get everything, don't you?
A bit of everything, because I do find it quite frustrating if you've bought a kit and then you have to go out and still buy half the bits.
I think that's a very fair point. And that's looking at it as a consumer.
We do try to. I mean, obviously, if it's a quilt, you can't put 8 meters
No,
of
you can't.
wadding and things in it. But for the most part, here's your kit. Here's your afternoon.
Yeah.
You can dive in
And
get
I love
started.
the multiple skills, simple patchwork, simple applique, but then you're going to learn to do that sort of drawing on your sewing machine,
Yes.
a little bit of hand quilting. And the hand quilting's lovely. I just want to read out a message. I'm glued to this show, says Collector in Merseyside. 2 such inspiring people together is amazing. I got the girl. Oh, it's gone. I got the girls. I got the girls.
Wonderful.
Kit as soon as I saw
thank
it.
you.
Gorgeous. Kate, you've got great
Thank
taste.
you.
Beautiful. But just have a look at the hand quilting on this. It's a simple running stitch. Do you see? Running in these gentle lines. It's so effective.
They've got to have that air current. They've got to be uplifted by something. I do tell myself a little story. So I haven't just got gulls and sort of ironed them on. I am deciding that they're all, they're just swooshing up off the waves. I do tell myself stories like that, and it does work. Helps you place things. I'm getting very critical.
See,
Look
well,
from Mr. Hillard.
No, I'm
Because
looking.
Are you agreeing with me?
What it is, Janet, what it is, you're a proper artist, you see, and you bring that to what you make, and I just love that because it's not a skill I have. But I do love it when you've got a project, you can follow a pattern, you can go to a workshop where you can actually be that person
I just pass
for the day.
Yes,
Yeah.
just pass it on and encourage. And I know
lovely.
how valuable it is to, our well-being and how much we enjoy. We sit and knit and we sew and we just absolutely love it. And to be able to share that. I mean, I do the same with, I like baking. I can't work out a cake recipe. I'm there following it to the letter.
For sure. Yeah.
And so that's what we try and write the patterns for. So here you are, you want to play, that's the result you want, follow the instructions and you'll get there.
But what's lovely about that is you can step away from that and feel a real sense of achievement, and that you've done something perhaps that you wouldn't be able to do or wouldn't feel confident to do without the kit. And £16.50. It's absolutely, it's a steal, Janet. It's a for nothing. It's a for nothing. We call it a for nothing in my world. It's gorgeous. Now you can get the pattern on its own, can't you? For Charming Girls? Can you?
Can you?
Can you?
Sure.
No.
I'm not sure. No, I don't think you can. I think it's
No.
a kit.
It's a
Tony will
kit.
be shouting
Yeah.
at the TV at this point. No, probably
Stunning.
not here.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely flying out.
Thank you.
Janet, what do you want to show us?
Oh, we're demonstrating.
Let's demonstrate.
Should we talk about pouches?
Do you want to talk about the quilt first? Sorry.
I
Beg your
don't
pardon,
know.
Janet. Sorry. Yes, the quilt that's hanging behind you. I've seen pictures. I've never seen this in the flesh, so to speak. It is
I wish we'd been on air when you saw it for the first time, because you were like,
It is incredible.
so nice. Thank you. I didn't make it, so my lovely Pippa made this, and it's actually one block. It's one block, and they're set on point,
Oh,
and then you very subtly change the colour and the fabric placement, and you get this movement. So you need to find a point.
oh, okay,
So
okay.
look there.
Yeah.
There you go. One block.
Yeah.
One block. So you have got square and squares, rectangles, half square triangles, and flying geese. That's it. So very, very easy components, lots of them, and then they're set on point. So if you've made a couple of quilts and you're a beginner, you know, you've just made a couple and you want to push yourself, I mean, this is totally doable, I
Oh,
think.
for sure, for sure.
So it's
And
a
I think-
nice step up, but still feeling quite. Well, I used to be a teacher, and they call it scaffolding.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Scaffolding.
indeed.
You used to be a teacher as well, didn't you?
I was, and we used to talk about scaffolding too,
Yes.
where you've got one set of skills and you're just kind of building off from there.
You're building up, but there's still everything around you that you know is
Yeah.
still there, but you're just up another level.
It's a stunning quilt, and you have to see, it's a kind of quilt that you see best from a bit of a distance. You stand
Yes.
back and look, and you look at that overall. It absolutely glows, doesn't it? This is it's a masterpiece quilt. It's something to be really proud of. Size-wise, Janet, what are we talking there?
Oh, should we read the pattern?
Let's do that. 86 inches square. I've got the pattern right here. 86 inches square. So a
86
really
inches
fantastic double bed, queen
Yes.
size topper. Just fantastic.
Yeah, isn't Pippa wonderful?
Absolutely
There,
brilliant.
Gorgeous piecing.
Brilliant, brilliant. So you can get that. The quilt is called Orbiter, and you can get the full kit. Now I'm just going to whip out. You've got a gorgeous bag as well from Janet, of course. Absolutely beautiful. And then inside your kit, you've got your full instructions. Got a little note from Janet there. And then you've got your absolutely beautiful fabric. The fabrics are amazing. They're Director Charlie's favourites. That is stunning. I love that one. So beautiful.
Thank you. I brought my sketchbook in.
Oh, yes, please.
So
Look at
when
all
was I
that.
playing with this?
Gorgeous.
There you go, 18th of July. In July, early July, July 2020. And we always get to put a quote on the selvage. And the selvage quote is "the heavens stretch out above us." So this is what I was playing and doodling with in July, where you're throwing bleach around in your barn.
I was.
I am doing all of this. And the trick with the sketchbooks and the idea is really just playing, isn't it? You've just got to play. And it will be days and days and days before I feel like I'm getting anywhere. And then gradually they start coming out. You know, you can finally start feeling. And some of them just form, they're almost there. Like
Yeah.
all the individual elements were there. And then I just sit down quietly for a couple of hours and the whole design is there. But
Is that the point at which you should not be disturbed? Janet was
Yes.
telling me earlier on, if she's in the zone,
if I'm in flow, they
And then
know
somebody
not to
creeps
come
up the stairs.
They want the kettle. It's terrible.
because
They'll be knowing love.
you selfishly have the kettle and the tea
I've got-
upstairs.
Yeah, and the bathroom. And Tony and Tessa work downstairs and they both dread, you can hear their footsteps sort of dreading coming up the stairs.
Yeah.
But yes, the thing is, once you're in flow, that's what we all love, isn't it? Flow.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah, everyone's gone and you're
and then
just...
it's like, forget mealtime, forget bedtime, I'm just doing this now.
Yeah, and all those critics and although I should be doing this, I should be doing that, why am I bothering? Oh, that went wrong. They've all gone and you're just there.
But that takes days to get to that stage and lots of play.
It takes days to get to that stage, lots of play and just permission to sink into it, really, don't you think? Just really, really
I'm
settle
taking
in.
it all in, Janet, because I'm so focused on the end product, I don't give myself enough time to play. So you're reminding me, as well as everybody else, I think that...
Yeah, I think we do need to learn. But you do, something happens because you do turn up with original things regularly, very regularly.
Thank you.
So it's all working.
It's all working.
It's all going on.
It's being surrounded by creative people. That's what does it.
It definitely gives you a lift, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it does.
It does. That was the worst thing about being away from everybody.
No.
No.
Couldn't go anywhere, couldn't do anything.
Exactly. My battery got flat. You
Very
need
much.
that input.
You do. Even if you're sat on the train into London or you're stood on the train into London, you're thinking, look at that lady's purple coat next to that, you know, and you think of the colour and the textures.
Yeah.
You just don't realise how much you take in.
No, it's true. It's true. So if you're ever on a train and you think someone's staring at you, it's probably Janet Clare.
It'll be me. It'll be me thinking,
Ooh.
that shade of orange next to that. Yeah, but you do. You just have to keep pulling it in. And I mean, it is genuinely lovely to come here because we've got the opportunity to share things and to support people.
Yeah, we do.
Because we're
love
spoilt, aren't we? I mean, it is our job to do this.
Yeah,
so we are very spoilt. And I know how hard it is to cram in like 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there. So lots of the projects you can just tackle in.
Well, nice and
tiny little bits.
exactly. And the pouches are perfect for that. Definitely top of my list. Will you show us a little something,
yes,
please, Janet?
I'm going to be very, very brave. I'm going to talk to you about how you put the zip in.
Awesome.
Because the piecing is very traditional piecing and Stuart has showed you all the details that we've got. And I am not worried about points matching, being accurate. It does not matter, particularly if you're making a pouch. Who cares? Who cares? Just have a play. Half square triangles. Very, very simple. So I have got a little exploded pouch kit here at different stages. So the first thing I do is I always put little fabric tabs on the end of my zips because I have a bit of a bugbear about the top of the pouches sinking in when you've just sewn the zip into the corners.
Yes.
They're fine. I've got lots and lots of them like that. They work beautifully. But when you've got that little thing, I just think it looks a bit more elevated and a bit more professional.
It does look really cool. And I'll just show you what Janet's talking about here if you have a look. So it's having this little zip end and then there's a little gap. So the zip isn't going all the way down into that seam, which can cause that distortion. You've got the zip end and then you've got a little bit of a space, which creates this beautiful square top. It is spot on.
It is a nice little thing.
Very
nice. Sometimes there's a bigger gap, sometimes there's less. It doesn't matter. Just it will be nice and flat, and I think it just looks a bit elevated.
You can see here it just gives you the opportunity. This is turned inside out. And you've got that perfectly flat and square corner. And then when you turn through, and this is often the point at which you end up with this hideous sort of unsightly lump in the corner, but not with Janet's method. Look, absolutely spot on and perfect. Love that. Show us how to do it.
Thank you. So all I've done is I folded, it's all in there, just folded the fabric because actually you want it to be quite bulky. You don't want it to be a single layer of fabric. Lots of folding, lots of ironing. And I've actually cut the very bulky end of the zip off, the stopper off, because I really don't want to be sewing through that or even wondering whether I'm going to or not. So I always do the loose end first, keep that stopper on, and then when that end's secure, you can do this end. And literally just pop it in and sew through, and I would have multiple zips running down here. I've made a big long strip, and do you sew on a production line?
Often do, yeah.
So if you're production line sewing, you would have all of the zip ends all running down here and just get them all finished. So that's it, that's really simple, and then cut them the same width as the zipper.
Perfect.
Okay? So that's that easy. So you've made your tops and you've got your zips nicely finished, and now you think, now what do I do?
Yeah, because a lot of people are really put off by any project that mentions a zip, and it's an automatic, no, it's not for me, I can't. And I used to be that person, without a doubt.
Yes, they are a bit terrifying. I don't know why they're terrifying. I think it's because you think they're harder than they actually are.
Yeah.
And actually, all you're doing is sewing a piece of fabric onto another piece of fabric.
I can
you
do that.
ignore the actual zip part.
I can do that.
There is, and if you've got a zipper foot, you can get really nice and close. But if you haven't, you can still do it. So, this is my pretty front. I'm going to pretend this is my pieced front. And then all I've done is I have put my zip. Let me do this. Pretty front. My zip is finished. And I'm just going to offer it up, pin that in place, okay? And then because you're going to make it fully lined, you've got to put the lining fabric in as well. So if you always think the pretty bits have to be touching, don't they? Mm-hmm. There you go. You're
so
just
that's
going to put that on
pretty
top.
Bit of the zip?
The pretty bit of the zip, the pretty bit that's pieced, and the pretty bit of the lining, which won't matter because it'll be inside. And then all you're going to do is pin that in place, and you're going to sew along that seam there. So that's what I've done here. You can see, so we're on this stage. You can see I've gone a bit wonky because that's where that bit was, and you can keep moving that along if you want. Nothing precise, don't panic about anything. And then when you turn that the right way, you think, oh, there you go, got half a zip in.
Yeah.
There you go, nice and simple. Now the next bit, I always have to talk to myself through this bit because you're thinking pretty sides together, but you need the zip in the middle. Now, when I'm teaching, I teach retreats and all sorts. We teach quilts and projects from beginning to end. And I had a lady who was quite frustrated with me because I kept getting her to look at the pattern. And she said, but you're here and you can demonstrate for me and like pick my fabric up and show me how to do it. And I said, but I won't be, we're going home at 5.
Yeah.
I won't be. So what I'm trying to do is get you to read how to read the pattern.
Because it's actually all there, isn't it?
It's all there, but you get your head in such a, and I thought if I put her pouch together, it would get through. And I have helped her, but I haven't actually taught her anything. So this instructions here is how you're going to put it all together. So we're at stage 2, step 2, pretty side, zip there, looks the same. So now step 3, so we have to put, do you do any of these steps differently, Stuart?
No,
all the same.
Exactly like that.
All the same.
But I can absolutely identify with what you said. This is the stage at which I started getting a bit confused.
Yes.
I remember once doing a bag, and it was at Sewing Street on air, and I completely forgot how to put the second side on.
Oh, I know, you do.
And I got into such a muddle. I sewed it on the wrong way round. And I suppose in a way it's quite good to see at home, isn't it? Because you think it's not just me.
No, it is upside down and back to front. So you think, I have got the pretty sides of the lining together. So if that is in the bag, that's how I want it to look. The zip's going to work, it's at the top, and that's the pretty side of there. So the pretty side of the lining fabric, and this is where you want to put it. Don't you want to do that, don't you? You want to put pretty sides together there, but no, the zip's in the middle, and you have to put it there. There.
So you're always creating that sandwich.
Always creating that sandwich. So that will go back. There you go. So you're going to sew across the top there, which move on. I love it when I've made myself a little demo. This one is in different fabric and the zip is tiny, as you can see. So that's how it looks when it's all sewn together. That's the stage we're at. We just sewed across there. And then we open it out. And again, you're going to put pretty sides together. of the
Oh,
lining.
now I have a question.
Whoa, come on then.
I have a question. And this often happens to me when I'm doing like a little pouch. Because you've got some width to your zip,
Yes.
does the zip get folded up towards the outer fabric or down towards the lining?
Oh, yes. Now, that is a very good question. I'm going to actually look how it wants to go. It wants that little tape actually has folded in on itself and it's going down towards the lining naturally. And then I'm going to nest those seams. So I'm going to have that one going up and this one going down. And of course, we're not sewing over that fabric tab.
No.
You do have to keep the zip open. How many times have you done that?
More than once, more than I should.
You think, well, there's a hole. I'm going to leave a hole open so it will work, but it won't. You have to have the zip open and you have to leave a hole normally in the lining. And then all we do is you're going to match those up, make those nice and neat. You're going to sew all the way around, leave an opening in the lining. And that is how you put the pouch together. And that is the most daunting bit. But if you batch sew, you do step 1, check it's right, step 2, check it's right. And if they're all set up, it will become ingrained.
Yeah.
You know, you've got 5 goes at it, so you can have a really good go. And every pouch with the zip works like this. It's pretty standard way of
it's the
doing
same zip
things.
insertion on every one, isn't it? It's so neat. I'm absolutely going to do that with, I mean, I always put zip ends in, but I usually include them into the seam allowance. But it is so much neater if they just go, they stop just
it's
before
nice,
the
isn't
end.
it?
It looks lovely.
Yeah.
Really super. Let me just show you these pouches again. This is a kit to make all 5, and you get a 13-inch, 11-inch, 9, 7 and 5. 5 different sizes of pouch, 5 different sorts of patchwork. You've got mini half square triangles, you've got half square triangles, you've got this very creative piecing here using some little bits, some little leftovers. You've got the bricks as well. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love that.
Thank you.
Beautiful the way it's all put together. This is the To the Sea version, which is all these sort of sea themed fabrics, and those are the details that are on screen. We've also got an option to make this in Astra, which is the constellations, the night sky. You still get your 5 zips and the beautiful quality, your pattern. You get all of your backing and your lining fabric included. You don't need wadding, you don't need interfacing. You get your charm pack as well. Everything included for £55. It's absolutely awesome. And I love the fact that there's so many different styles of piecing to experiment with. It's just gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can get instructions on their own as well if you would like. For the zip pouches, we'll put the details on screen for those too. £9.99. I think that's a must-have actually for everybody. Lots and lots of those have gone. More in baskets than we've got. So at that stage, this is when I urge you to check out your baskets, otherwise you'll miss out.
You will.
Yeah, we've got, how many have we got left? We've got none. Yeah, so literally, if it's in a basket, that doesn't mean, so we're oversubscribed. It doesn't mean that you can't jump on the phone now or on the website and get yours, because if they're not checked out, they're still available. All right, but be quick. 29 in baskets.
Exciting.
Yes. Now then.
Charming Goals?
Charming Goals.
Charming Goals. Now, Charming Goals, you've got the little 2.5-inch squares with the full collection as I designed it from Moda, and they are really cute. And they're 2.5 inches cut. And when you open them up, you've got like 42 of them, 40 of them. Now then, the photographs and the sample is in slightly different fabric. It's an earlier collection, but you've got the same colours and tones. And what we have done is, if you buy the pattern, the kit today, there is a little link where you can get the layout for the exactly as I've done.
Understood.
Just so that you're not confused. Now, Tony tried to set out all this fabric, and we both play. You can both play for hours and hours and hours rearranging things. But basically, I wanted to go from the palest row at the top, you need 6 across, and I get darker at the bottom. But the first thing you've got to do is to choose the fabrics for your gulls.
Before you do anything?
Before we do anything else. So I decided that I wanted my gulls to be cream and this sand colour, because the majority of the fabrics in the pack are dark blues and rich blues, and I thought to get the gulls to stand out, you know, you really want to be going like this, don't we? And each gull uses 2 of the little candy squares. So I have picked up matching pairs where I could. So that will be one gull. This will be another one. And then if I couldn't get matching, I've just put the same colour together. It won't matter. It will just look like there's a bit more shade on one wing of your gull. It will not matter. There you go. So they are going to be sewn together, and then you're going to trace the gull template onto your bondweb. And included, and just see, look, you've even got the quilting lines, everything's on here.
Yeah.
So you're just going to trace that onto your bondweb, do 5 at the same time, iron that onto your pairs of fabric for your gulls. Press your seams open. I always do anyway, but press your seams open for the applique section, because you want that to lie as flat as you can. So that's the gulls done. We don't have to worry about them anymore. And all we're going to do with these squares is to lay them out so it looks nice to you. That's all we're going to do. I love these little wadding covered boards. Have you made any of these? They're literally like a little bit of cardboard with a bit of wadding glued onto it. And can you see the fabric doesn't...
Yeah,
were you talking about your cat helping you with fabric placement?
Yes.
There you go. They'd have less fun with that, though,
It's there
wouldn't
for
they?
quality control mostly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So all we're going to do is we're going to lay the fabric out how we like it, and we're going to sew them together. That's it.
Perfect. Quarter-inch seam?
That's it. 1/4-inch seam. It won't matter. The project is small enough that if you wanted to sit and hand sew it, you could. And when you're hand sewing, the beautiful thing about patchwork is that you don't need thousands of little stitches, do you? Because it's all sewn across and there's no stress on the seams. So you just do a little open running stitch. You don't need to be thinking back stitch and every bit sealed in.
Fab.
Totally doable. So there you go, that's it.
So that's your background, and once you've done that, just iron your appliques on.
And then you are going to put some wadding behind it, do some free motion, and then do some quilting, bag it out. It's all in the instructions, and it really is as simple as that.
Perfect. Perfect.
There you go.
And when you talk about bagging out, Janet, can you just explain what that means?
Out. So you've got the finished picture, the front, and then you're going to put your backing fabric on top, pretty sides together. And you are going to sew all the way round, but leave a little opening, and then trim these little corners away, and then turn it all inside out, and then you can slip stitch that little seam closed, and then you've got no raw edges, and the textile picture sort of sits a bit proud on the mount board, and it just looks so finished and professional. So just that little stage.
That bit of quilting that you've done, do you do that after you've bagged it out or before?
Have I done that after or before? Let me see what I did. I did it before.
Okay, so you layer up your top with your batting, do any quilting, and then put your backing on and bag it out. So it's almost like making a cushion cover.
It is.
Yeah.
In fact, you can make it into a pouch, because you just need some lining fabric.
Yeah. Oh, I think mounted.
Oh.
No, Janet, no.
No, mounted.
That's too special.
Nice
mounted picture. Well, the thing is, I mean, we do occasionally feature like art quilts and things like that on Sewing Street. And I always look and think, that is so different for me. That has to go on a wall. That's a bit of art. And that is beautiful. So giftable as well as a finished project.
Very simple.
It's beautiful. It's just beautiful.
I like that. I like uncluttered, clean, and I like things that are done sometimes. That's you could have a decent afternoon and then an evening with a bit of hand sewing.
But I'm not being funny, Janet. If I saw that in a gallery, for £75, I'd probably buy it. Do you know what I mean, though? If we'd had a day at the seaside and I was sort of, you know, pop in a gallery for a
Yes,
cup of tea on the way
Brighton.
home, I'd end up
Brighton.
buying, you know, it's
But
just
something
gorgeous
lovely.
though. But it's achievable. You could make this. Now already well over half the stock has gone.
Wonderful.
And masses in baskets. Check this out. I think this is absolutely fab. This is my top tip of the day, I think.
Ooh,
This,
thank
I
you.
think it is though, because the price point is amazing, but more importantly, the finished project is so cool, but so achievable as well. It's the way you've used very straightforward skills to create something really different and
Just
beautiful.
elevated.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
fab. I love it.
Thank
I
you.
love it. Right, I'm going to pop that to one side. Keep going through for the girls wall hanging, the charming girls. Now, let's talk quilt. Let's talk quilt orbiter.
Quilts. Right, I'm getting organised. Okay, so the orbiter quilt, it looks a lot, doesn't it? When it's all finished, it really looks a lot. But I promise you, it is one block, and you be careful with your fabric placement. Pippa is so precise that if there's a directional fabric, she has kept it the same way all the time. She's so good. I'm a bit more slapdash than, a bit more free than that.
Free, not slapdash, Jenny. Free.
So you've got squares, you've got rectangles. Easy, just cut those up. You have got half square triangles to make. Half square triangles are, let me see, because the block goes on point. Half square triangles here, 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 here. Squares, rectangles. That is a flying geese block. And in the pattern, we decided to make the flying geese for, I think, 2 at a time or 4 at a time.
4 at a time.
4 at a time, which was new to me. Sometimes you get the set way of doing things, don't you?
do,
And you
yeah.
just think, okay, and it takes a little bit of practice, but it's so easy. Basically, you're going to cut your square, your biggest square, and that is that the goose?
Geese.
That's the geese, is it?
Yeah.
That triangle bit is the actual geese, and
They're
the
the
rest is
geese.
the sky.
Sky, yeah.
All right, so you've got the biggest square for your geese, and then you have a big square. You need 2 of them for the background skies with a diagonal line drawn on them. You layer those up, and then you stitch 1/4 of an inch away, like that. And you can see you're already starting to think, I don't know whether that's going to make a flying geese or not. There you go. And then, what have I done here?
So what you've done there, can I come across?
Yes, do tell me.
You've
I've
cut
cut
through
it.
the middle.
You've cut through. There you go. So it looks like that. That's where they've been, aren't they?
No. So it's been
Like that. It's
Like
been
that.
like that. There you go. Folded.
yeah.
Exactly
So it's
that.
like that.
There you go.
So it's like that, and then you've cut through the middle,
Yes.
and then you end up with these
With
two.
those, and it looks even more of a mess.
It looks like I always think it looks like a fox's face.
Oh, it
Little
does.
ears in the face. So you end up with 2 like that, and then you get your last square.
The last square, put it in the corner
And
with the
there.
diagonal line, and then you stitch
1/4 of
either
an inch
side.
either side.
And then when you've cut it and opened it up, it looks like a flying geese.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
4 for the price of 1.
There you go. There you go.
But yeah, it's funny, isn't it? So
Because you just think,
yeah, some people learn the stitch and flip corner
Yes.
method. Some people
Foundation.
use templates. Some people do foundation piecing. It's
Foundation.
whatever. Do you normally foundation piece?
I quite like foundation piecing. Being accurate
Yeah.
is not a skill that comes naturally to me. And some quilts, you think actually that relies on a bit more precision.
Yeah.
And if that was the case, I would probably this is my demo, and I'd obviously forgotten. I thought I glanced at it in the green room. So, oh yes, I remember how to do that. But you know, that really, really works. But I probably would have foundation pieced, maybe.
It's a bit of an optical illusion
It
quilt,
is,
this,
it
isn't
is.
it? You know, and often that relies on different units and different blocks sort of joining up with
Joining
each other.
together.
And it's that continuation of piecing lines. And of course, if they're accurate, they follow
Yes, they
through.
flow.
And if they're not accurate, then you don't necessarily get the same flow.
Don't get the same precision. Yeah, and there's almost a circle going on, isn't there?
I see circles
Yeah,
for sure.
There's almost a circle.
Yeah, yeah. It's such a beautiful quilt. Like you say, say, it's not your first quilt, but if you've done a quilt with half square triangles and flying geese before, you can make this because it's block by block.
It's block by block, and you put it in, and that on point is a useful skill to have as well, isn't it? Okay, right.
Now, can I just quickly mention that
Yes.
we've got instructions for the quilt on its own. Now, obviously made in Janet's fabrics, it is, you know, guaranteed success. The way that it's all set out with that glowing centres is just incredible. I think the quilt fabrics work incredibly well for this. But you could make this in all sorts of other fabrics too if you wanted to. It's £9.99 for your full pattern. I think that's a really good buy. It's a stunning quilt, and full instructions included there.
Full instructions. Here we go. Lots and lots of diagrams. How to make everything, including very clear diagrams. If I'd only opened that page there, you could see. It's that little stage, the fox face that threw me. I thought, well, how did I end up with those?
Yeah, how?
And now I know. Now I know. Okay, I've got one little tip for you, and then I think we're probably out of time, aren't we? I don't know where the first hour goes. So the square in square, you do cut a square and then you cut triangles, and you have to sew the triangles on. Yes, but you need to find the centre, and this is something that I discovered out of sheer, it was just an absolute happy accident. So often you fold the square in half and you find the centre point, yes, and you score it, yeah? And then you would do the same with the piece that you were, the triangle. Well, if you go like this,
wrong sides together.
So if you do the wrong sides together, this is what I was doing, and then you offer them up, they fight each other.
They do,
you know,
'cause
those
you've got
centre
two
points
peaks.
fight. So what I've discovered by accident, complete accident, which maybe is common practice, I don't know. If you fold it the other way, they want to hug each other and your centre stays together, and just that one little thing makes things so much easier.
So it's a hill and a valley going together instead of two hills.
Yeah, because they just fight each other the other way around. And you think, oh, I'm only folding the square, the pieces. But you see, they hug each other, you know where that centre point is, and you pin the centres together, because of course you've got all this excess, haven't you? And it looks a mess, and you're trying to match it, and it can be on the bias, it can be a bit stretchy. So that makes life a lot easier for you. I'm just going to do the other side.
So fold your square, fold your triangle, but in sort of opposite directions. One right sides together, one wrong sides together.
Yes, and then they hug each other, and then you can do some sewing. And I did ask for a sewing machine, so maybe I'll use it, eh? What do you think?
Knock yourself out, go on. It's not just set dressing, Janet, come on.
Oh yes, I need walks in at 10 to 7 this morning. Yes, I need a sewing machine, and then I haven't used it. There you go. There you go. So we're just going to do very, very simple sewing. And I think it's very important that you do a lot of pressing as well, don't you? When you're each step of this, get everything really crisp and nice.
Well, I always say to people, you've got to learn to enjoy every part of the process.
You do.
It's no good just loving the piecing and hating cutting out and hating pressing, because that's half your time you're not going to be enjoying yourself.
You're not going to be enjoying it.
Enjoy the almost sort of meditative repetition of sewing, pressing, getting everything crisp.
Yeah.
It's very satisfying.
And work to your energies as well. So if you're not in the mood for piecing, then you could draw the lines on the squares or layer them up or whatever.
Confession,
you can be
Janet,
making progress.
I was cutting out strips for a log cabin this morning.
This morning?
At 4:45.
You are insane.
Because I'd got up. I wouldn't know. It's all. No, you said it, Janet. You just said about when you've got your energy.
You had
and
energy.
I was like, I was up, I was showered, I was all ready, and then it wasn't quite time for breakfast. So I thought, I'm going to cut some strips.
Good for
I'm
you.
making log cabin blocks. I'm loving it.
Good for you.
But I did think it was too early to fire up the sewing machine.
I don't think your neighbours would have been very impressed with you, because that was already very early. But you are right. It doesn't matter what the time is if that's where your energy is.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. Loving it. 1-inch finished logs.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Nice.
10-inch finished log cabins. Really enjoying it. Do you like a log cabin?
I do love a log cabin. I like really traditional. I do like really traditional thing. I tell you what, I really like is an Irish chain.
Oh, anything with a chain. I'm obsessed with them. I am
I
obsessed
like
with
that
them.
diagonal movement as
I'm
well.
going to show
and
you a
play with the
picture of a
colour.
quilt in the break of a new quilt for my new book that uses a bit of a diagonal chain. You'll like it.
Lovely,
that's
lovely.
it.
That's it.
Perfect.
It needs a press and it needs trimming up, but that's it.
Yep.
That's it. So you can see how the elements build up, and you won't have Stuart to help you
Or Janet.
with your flying
Or
geese, but
Janet.
you have got the diagram, so you'll be absolutely fine. But hopefully that demystifies the whole thing and makes people feel like they can tackle Orbiter just calmly. Probably not at 4:20 in the morning or whatever time Stuart was up, but maybe leave it a little bit later.
Oh, do you know what? I nearly mentioned my friend Hillary earlier on when we got the Charming Gulls out, because I was going to say, oh, Hillary, if you're watching, that's you in spades. Hillary's messaged in, all in capitals, the first part. Love, love, love. Yes. Love, 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 Janet Clare. I have so much of her fabrics. I made the On the Wing quilt.
Oh,
She did,
wonderful.
which is lovely. But my top tip for today, this is my pick of the day, is this, which is the Charming Gulls kit. I just think it is a bit of gorgeousness, a little treat for yourself. If you're in the mood for a treat,
Everyone needs a little treat.
little treat. It's National Chocolates Day today.
Is it?
Little box of chocolates. I'm not really into boxes of chocolates. I'd much rather have a little box of that. This is my kind of candy.
Are the head people who live upstairs not delivered
I don't
chocolates
think
to the green
I don't
room?
think they were made aware of it, Janet. I'm afraid. Janet Clare has spoken. I think Janet might want chocolates. Yeah. It's also National Giving Day.
Giving Day.
Giving
Give
Day.
chocolate.
Give chocolates. And National Square Dance Day. How are you on a little square
dance.
dancing?
I've got a quilt called Square Dance.
Of course you
I
have.
do have a quilt called
Starts
Square
with the name.
If I'd only known,
Ah.
I could have brought it in.
More research next time, Janet,
Yes.
please. Please.
Yes.
And don't forget as well, you promised to use all
The
those
scraps
leftovers.
For your snack pouch.
A tiny bit of scrap.
You're going
for
to
a
hold me
pouch.
to that, aren't
I'm
you?
going to hold you to it, Janet, next time I see
All right,
you.
then I shall try and remember.
Fabulous, fabulous. Well, just a quick recap then before we go. So we've got Janet's brand new pattern for the zipped pouches. You can make 5 different sizes of zip pouch. Each one is different. There's traditional piecing. There's a bit of mini piecing as well, if that's your bag. There's some art piecing. Really fantastic, different styles. A brilliantly simple and very smart zip insertion. Everything in that pattern for $9.99. Now, if you want to go for a kit, we've got 2 different options. We've got the To the Sea version, which is all those lovely sea-themed boats, whales, gulls, really beautiful, complete with all of your zips, your lining fabric, backing fabric, your charm pack, and your pattern for £55. You can make all 5 pouches, plus we reckon a little snack pouch, don't we, Janet? Or if you prefer the Astra collection, which still has those gorgeous rich blues, navies, tans, but also has a little bit of, I'd call it almost like a burnt orange.
It is a
in there.
burnt, rusty.
Yeah,
rich.
that rusty colour. And I love the fact that it came out of what happens to navy fabric when you get bleach on it.
Bit of bleach.
Because I've done that with a gorgeous
I know,
navy
I do
cotton
it all the
sweater.
time. I
Cleaning. Yeah.
I know.
I just stopped cleaning, Janet.
You should have just kept spraying the
just stopped
jumper
cleaning.
and made a pattern.
Just stop cleaning.
Just don't clean.
Just don't clean anymore. You get your pattern, you get your zips, you get your charm pack, it's Astra this time. You get all of your fabric for your backing of your pouches and your lining. And this isn't plain fabric, this is from Astra. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics for £55. We've also got the Charming Gulls kit. Remember, you get everything inside the kit. The pattern, the fabrics, the backing, the wadding,
The bond web.
the bond to web. You literally just need to add a reel of thread to create This is going to go. We've already sold 90. We've
Wow,
got 10
wonderful.
left and there are 30 in baskets. Well done if you checked out. You have got your Charming Girls kit winging its way to you. Fabulous. Leave one for me, please. And then we've got our fabulous Orbiter quilt kit. A really stunning, beautiful heirloom to make. It's 86 inches square. It features all the units we know and love. Square in a square, half square triangle, flying geese. Simple, beautiful, traditional patchwork, but it's the way Janet's put those colours together that create this glowing visual illusion. It's just a stunning quilt.
Thank you.
Don't forget, you get full instructions, all of your fabric for the top. Do we get the binding
And
included?
binding.
Awesome. Just need a backing and a wadding for $179.99. We've got details. That's the pattern. We've got the kit. Sorry, we did the kit already. Beg your pardon. There it is, $174.99. Save that £5. Spend it on chocolates. But you can also get the pattern on its own as well if you prefer. Full pattern, $9.99. We'll get those details up for you. Janet, it's been a whirlwind.
It's been lovely.
It's been a gorgeous
Gonna have
hour.
a cup of tea.
Lovely cup of tea. Small shortbread?
No.
No, just a cup of tea.
Just a cup
Lovely.
of tea, I think.
Oh,
Get ready for the next hour.
gorgeous. You're back at 11
Back at 11.
with more gorgeousness.
Yes, a bit Christmassy.
Love it.
Bit
Love
Christmassy.
it. I can't wait. I may change shirts. All right, Janet, we'll see you in an hour. Thank you for that. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we have got beautiful bundles. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello lovelies, welcome back. Gorgeous quilt behind me. Just going to step. Coming up in an hour, don't go anywhere. Now, oh, this is triggering. This is triggering me. This is triggering me. You know why. You know why. Goodness gracious me. This needs to be put in some kind of order, don't you think? We've only got 20 of these bundles. It is the most glorious rainbow blended. Now you can see from this fabric right here that they all have this amazing sort of mottly finish to them or print to them. They are absolutely beautiful. We have got the most glorious rainbow for you. And I'm just going to put them into a beautiful order because I have to. Oh, look at this. This is working now. See, 2 minutes ago, my eye was twitching like a good one. And I just thought, I can't cope with that. Cannot cope. We've got the most amazing purples. Is this doing it for you? It's definitely doing it for me. This is fab. Oh, look at these glorious pinks. We're going to need a bigger set, Charlie. And then look, we've got some black and we've got some cream to finish off. This is a brand new bundle. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is that feeling I used to get when I was little and my mum or my dad would buy me a new set of colouring pencils or some new felt tip pens or some new crayons, and you open up that box and suddenly you've got this world of possibilities. Blend with anything, works on its own, but also think of all the quilts you could make. Now look at that price, that is incredible. You're getting 20 half meters here, 20 half meters. You're getting a meter of that fabric for free. So take my advice, pick your favorite 2 pieces of fabric and imagine they're the ones you got for free. All of that fabric for £71.82. You're getting 10 metres. That means you are paying less than £7.20 a metre. The fabric is £7.98 per metre originally, but remember you get a metre of that fabric for free. So £7.20, less than that, £7.18 per metre. That's incredible value, and this is the most beautiful. I'm going to open a piece out so you can see that wonderful marble effect on the fabric. Now I mentioned that word marble because there's a rather well-known and famous fabric that includes marble texture on it that would be about £14 or £15 a metre. This is £7.20, less than £7.20 per metre bought in this bundle. That is absolutely stonking. Now, if you're buying a Christmas gift, I'm just talking now to those of you who were watching, who were perhaps made to watch by your other half, all right? But you might be watching this thinking, okay, is there anything on here I could get as a gorgeous Christmas gift for my loved one who loves to sew? Well, I don't think you could go far wrong with this patchwork palette, because what you've got here, you are effectively buying them a new set of crayons, a new paint palette, a new set of coloured pencils, which will go with anything and everything, and that can just be drawn on for inspiration. Great gift. An absolutely gorgeous gift, this. 20 half metres of fabric for £71.82. Remember, you make a saving of £7.98. You're getting a whole metre of this fabric for free. It's National Giving Day, and I think if you want to give yourself a gorgeous gift, I think you could treat yourself to that. Yeah, treat yourself. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, I'm just going to put it there so I can still see it. Beautiful. Now, talking of palettes, Wiltshire Shadow. Let's go Wiltshire Shadow. Now, this Wiltshire Shadow bundle is from Liberty. It's brand new. It's a brand new bundle. We've only got 14 of these, all right? So we have very limited stocks. I'm just going to lay these out into a little bit of an order. We've got some beautiful pinks. We've got some gorgeous grey blues and into grey. We've got the black, which is my new favourite black. It is stunning. And then we've got a lovely soft yellow, and then we've also got a lovely fresh green. A beautiful little palette there of fabrics. In total, you've got 5 metres, so you've got 10 options, 10 half metres of fabric here. You're actually getting half a metre of this for free, so you're saving £7.49. It's £67.41 in total. I mean, that is great value, and it's a beautiful palette, but I really think it shows the value now when you think about that blender palette. This is £72 and change for 20 half metres, but this is still absolutely beautiful. You've got your neutrals there, you've got your black, and you've got your white, and that's not a plain white, that's the same Wiltshire Shadow. You've got your deep grey, so some really good blenders, some really good neutrals there. You've got a couple of lovely pinks. You've got some beautiful blues. You've got your green and your soft lemon yellow. Stunning for £67.41. So many gorgeous bundles in this hour. What should we do next? What should we do next? Let's do... Pop it up on screen, I can read it. The blues, this is the blues, this is the blues, this is lovely. This is Folklorica Blues, Folklorica Blues. This is really stunning. Now then, you're getting half a metre of this for free. This is lovely. Let me show you. You get 4.5 metres of fabric in total. And this is featuring those gorgeous sort of china blues, there's cobalty blues. Oh, this is stunning. Look at that one. That is amazing. Now I'm going to save the stripe till last because that one is going to knock your socks off. Beautiful. Like, these are almost like tiles, aren't they? Like Portuguese or Spanish tiles. Really lovely. You get a real sense of the folk art painting in this. Gosh, now this is a range of fabric I could have designed. This is very, very me. And actually, if you bought the indigo elements, if you wanted something that was a bit more structured and stylized to go with, this would be perfect. So this is 8 of the fabrics. I've saved this 9th one just to show you. I'm going to open this right up so you can see. You know I love a stripe. Oh, I love a stripe. Look at that. Look at that. That is amazing. Now, why do I love a stripe so much? Why do I love a stripe? Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Sashings. Either cut this away. So if you're really careful with your cutting, you can cut narrow or wider sashings or borders from fabrics like this. And very much, rather than saying it's going to be 4.5 inches wide, my border, cut it to a size that suits the pattern. So if you want these bands, cut it there. And rather than necessarily sticking to your seam allowance, sew from the reverse. You'll be able to see the print line. Use that line to sew along. And then when you open it out, you'll get this sort of perfectly framed stripes in your border or your sashings. So I love that. I also love a striped binding. So if I just fold this down so you can see, I'm going to move these out the way for a second, just so that you can see the effect of a thin, narrow binding. And actually, if I just pop a bit of fabric here for a second so you can see the effect of your binding, or a little insert in a bag, it's just beautiful. You get all that visual interest right at the edge. But I also really love striped fabric in piecing as well. So for example, if you think about something like flying geese, and I'm just looking at how I can mock this up so you can see this. But if I just kind of frame this for a second so you can see. So if you imagine this is your flying geese. And when you use that striped fabric, it just has so much more visual interest than a plain fabric. You can really sort of frame it that way. Or setting triangles for a quilt that's set on point as well. Really lovely. I would mix this Folklorica collection with a solid white. Would look really lovely. You want something crisp. This is a really crisp blue, so you want an equally crisp white, a proper winter white to go with this. Would look absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful collection for $55.92. Remember, you get 9.5 meters, and you're saving actually because one of those half meters is completely free. I love that. Now, this range actually would work beautifully with my garden maze quilt pattern that we had on earlier on today. That's $9.99. I don't know if we can get details of that, but it's $9.99 for the quilt pattern, and that would work beautifully with a nice crisp white for the thin logs on the quilt, and then use that to create your patchwork, your thick logs. That would work absolutely beautifully. There's the instructions on screen. Stuart Hillard's Garden Maze quilt instructions. Remember, you get the quilt instructions for 6 different sizes of quilt, everything from a cushion right up to a king size quilt. These would work beautifully for that, or any of these bundles in fact. You could do a rainbow version. Now then, next up, let's do the Lewis and Irene. This is called Meadowside, and it's a brand new collection from Lewis and Irene. Really love Lewis and Irene fabrics. They are British. Do you know what I mean? They often have British wildflowers or birds, animals that are typically British. Often actually quite a lot of Scottish motifs as well in there. Of course, they're based in Scotland, which, you often see the Highland cows. Lovely palette. It's a very me palette. Gorgeous. You get half a metre free within this bundle. We're going to pop the details on screen. You've got 4 metres in total, 8 different fabrics, half a metre of each. And they all feature these beautiful sort of birds on the wing. Really lovely. Let me just break these down into, I rather like this. You've got 4 lights and 4 darks within this collection. We'll look at the darks first. So you've got this wonderful deep damson background with little ears of corn that form, can you see the hearts here? Really pretty, with a little pair of birds very much in love. This is a little bit reminiscent, if you look at that bird, it's a little bit reminiscent of Strawberry Thief from William Morris, isn't it? This is like William goes to the country and goes all cash. Really pretty fabric, that. Oh, a little message on my bottom. Beautiful. I love listening to you describe fabric patterns. Really brings the designs to life. Oh, thank you. Just wittering on. But yeah, no, I love looking at fabric. And of course, it's that, I remember somebody pointing out to me something very obvious many years ago, which is that literally everything made in our world has been designed by somebody, from the lowliest, a drawing pin or the pins we use in our sewing to, obviously artwork and buildings and everything. But literally everything's been designed. And I love looking and thinking about the sort of thought process that's gone in through the designer's mind. This is a pretty one. I love the background, which I would rather un-PC sort of describe as tobacco brown. But it is that colour of tobacco, isn't it? Ready rub. Oh, my dad's tin of tobacco. Ah, yes. And he would open it and the smell. Beautiful. But just gorgeous colour. And then the golds, and there's a tiny little bit of soft lilac in the background, which makes sense when you put this lilac-y fabric next to it, and then it sort of brings out those lovely lilac tones. It's almost the sort of reverse of the fabric there, isn't it? So that's that one in the tobacco brown. And then you've got this one. This is in a beautiful sort of purple puce. You've got little bulrushes and corn, little rose hips, I think, there too. Little blown seeds. It's very autumny, really. And I love, have you seen the selvage? I love that selvage. Look at that. So gorgeous. And that shows you just how many colours there are in the print. Steph's got in touch to say, I adore stripes too. Polka dots, checks. I think of them as blenders with interest. That's a really good way of putting it, Steph. They break up a big pattern, especially like them with florals. I am so on that same page, Steph. Absolutely right. Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Then, last one in the darks, you've got this wonderful sort of... almost like a sort of crushed berry, like a sloe that you've crushed between your fingers. I'm obsessed with sloes at the moment because every day I shake my jars of sloe gin and sloes to get maximum flavour out of the sloes. That sloe gin will be ready at Christmas. Rather lovely. And again, the birds in the background are a lilac-y shade. It's really pretty fabric. This would actually be really nice to make a baby quilt out of, but in sort of non-traditional baby colours. So sometimes if you look at baby fabrics and just find them not to your taste, why not have a go with something like this? Now here are the lights. Again, absolutely stunning. There's something about this one that makes me think about sort of first Holy Communion gift. Do you know what I mean? I think it's the sort of, almost like it's the dove, I just think would be lovely either to make a little bag or a little quilt or something like that, or a wall hanging to celebrate someone's first Holy Communion would be really lovely. Just love that print with the little heart fashioned out of wheat. You've got your all over wheat print, and then your lilac doves. I'm going to say they're doves. I think they might be. Really pretty. That's a brand new collection from Lewis and Irene. Okay, next up, Dan Morris. Dan Morris, Just So. Now, we're going to go with darks first. Now, Dan Morris does some amazing prints. They're digital prints, so the clarity and the detail that you get is incredible. You need to get in really nice and close and see these. And I love the dark background. So this is a little bundle, 2.5 meters. Is this sold out? Oh, it's sold out. It's sold out. I'll get rid of it. We've got a mega bundle. We've got a big bundle coming up. Don't worry, we got you covered. We've got you covered. We'll do that next. All right. So we've got a mega bungle. Ain't we just, eh? Ain't we just? Right. Okay, this is a mega bundle. It's 151.80. We've got one left. Let me just show you. This is the Dan Morris collection, and it's called Just So. Good advice. That's the top of mine and Janet Clare's political manifesto. It's called the Just So Manifesto. You've got sewing machines and sewing accoutrement. Don't you just love that word? You've got buttons, also known as buttons. Love the palette. Beautiful, isn't it? Sort of subtle. You've got scissors of all kinds, dressmaking shears, embroidery scissors. You have got thimbles. Now, sewing themed fabrics are always super, super popular. This is no exception. Love that peach colour there. That is beautiful. Now then, what about this as a clever bit of fabric? This is like a cheetah cloth. Ah, look at that. Scissors, reels of cotton, all little squares. Oh, that is gorgeous. I've just made a quilt actually with a border. You might have seen pictures on my Instagram that was like a cheetah cloth that looks like crazy patchwork. I'm always on the lookout for fabrics that imitate patchwork. Now, check this out. This is one of the blenders from the collection. This is like bolts of fabric, but look at that for a stripe. Steph, is that doing it for you? It's doing it for me. We both love our stripes. That is different, isn't it? Really different. That also comes in these wonderful pink and peach colours. Stunning. And as if that wasn't enough, you've also got these golds. Ugh, I want the bundle just for those. Look at that. Really lovely. Literally, there is one of these bundles left. You will need to be quick. We've got sewing machines, more thimbles, scissors, cute little cotton reels. That's very Taylor of Gloucester. Vintage sewing machines. We've got this fab all over print. This is a whole sewing room makeover, isn't it? This is a wall quilt. This is a sewing machine cover. Sewing pouches, zip pouches. You've got your little cotton reels. How cute is that? And your buttons. Absolutely huge bundle. That looks stunning altogether, doesn't it? Those gorgeous stripes as well. Really, really love it. Absolutely gorgeous. 151.80 for 10 meters of fabric. But that's not all. That's not all of it. Because you've also got these panels. These are included, aren't they? These are all in the mega bundle. So let me just show you these. Are these definitely in the mega bundle? These aren't on their own, no? No, this is all part of the bundle. Now we've just checked it. Let me show you these. So look, you get this panel right here. That is beautiful. Okay. You also get same panel, but with the dark background. How fabulous is that? Look at that. Oh, I love those. Absolutely love those. Right, so you get that as well. And just goes on. There is one left. There are 4 in baskets. You get quilt labels as well. As if all of that wasn't enough. Isn't that fabulous? Absolutely brilliant, brilliant. That is a mega bundle, isn't it? That's what I'm talking about. That's terrific. Absolutely terrific mega bundle there. Now you can get split pay on that if you would like. 3 split pays, £50 and 60p if you would like. But as I say, there's 4 of those in baskets and only 1 actually available. So, all right. Okay, let's do flower show. Is this the Liberty? Oh, now then, this is pretty, pretty, pretty. It's called Flower Show Botanical Jewel. And just wait until you see the colours on this. This is absolutely stunning. These are such beautiful colours. These are rubies, amethysts. Oh, look at these. Now, I know I'm banging on about the garden maze quilt pattern, but I'm now looking at these thinking, these white fabric, maybe the Wiltshire Shadow in white mixed in for the garden maze pattern, that would be so beautiful. That garden maze pattern really would work with any fabric range at all. That would be absolutely stunning. Now, in this bundle, you're getting 9.5 meters of fabric. Now, quantity-wise, we've got 9 of these bundles. So this is going to go. This is going to sell out without a doubt. It's Liberty. This is 9.5 meters for £67.41. That is stonking value. You wouldn't get 9.5 meters of fabric from Liberty if you went into the store for £67.41. You'd be lucky to get a carrier bag. I mean, it's lovely to have a look round, but I never buy anything there. I mean, I'd need to be John Scott to be able to shop in Liberty, wouldn't I? TV's John Scott. He'd be buying lovely things, I'm sure, beautiful shirts. But it's a bit rich for my blood, but this is fantastic value. Look at all these lovely I'm just going to shuffle this down a little bit. We can't get the whole thing into the shot. Look at that. There we go. Those are absolutely, have we got them all in? There we go. Absolutely beautiful. 9 glorious 1/2 meters of Liberty fabric. These are all quilt weight cottons. So you can mix these with your solids, Wiltshire Shadow, your mottles from this morning's bundle would work really well with these. And I'm actually, just for fun, I'm going to grab a few of those tonals out just to show you how these would work. That purple would work beautifully in there. I'm going to grab this bright pink. That would work in there as well. This soft pink would work in there too. This lavender would work in there as well. So you could pick out all of these colours and mix them with your Liberty bundle. Would work absolutely beautifully. Stunning, absolutely stunning. What a great little bundle that is. All right, I'm going to pop that to one side. Becky Alexander Frost is watching. Good morning, Papa. Becky says, morning, Stuart and team. Loving the quilt behind you. This one right here, you mean? This beauty right here? Well, this actually is in the next hour. Janet Clare's going to be back at 11 o'clock with this quilt, Becky. So stick around and we'll show you exactly what we got. Okay, now next up, we're going to go with beep, beep. Yeah, beep, beep. All I could hear was beep, beep in my ear. I thought, what's that? What's that? This is beep, beep. This is really fun. So this one, you get 4.5 meters plus a panel. This is another digital print. It's really lovely. We've literally got 4 left. So you get your 4 coordinates and you get your panel as well. Let me start by showing you the panel because this is awesome. Absolutely awesome. This, you could literally just layer, quilt and bind and make the most gorgeous play quilt. It's more or less square. It's more or less square. It's a little bit more than 42 inches square. There we are. Beep, beep. Our director, Charlie, very recently learnt to drive and passed his driving test. We're super proud of him. He worked so hard. He's bought his first car as well. What did you go for? Vauxhall Corsa. Lovely. I'd have loved a Vauxhall Corsa as my first car. I learnt to drive in a Corsa. You bought a Mazda MX-5 as well? Wow. Gosh, I had one of those for my 40th birthday. He's become a car obsessed now. He's got a driving licence. All about car. He's never mentioned cars before, ever. Look at these coordinates though. These are so much fun. These are so much fun. You've got your all over print. Oh, Becky's got back in touch. I love Janet Clare fabrics. You're right, they're gorgeous. Look at that one. Really good fun. Now the original one I showed you was the all over cars on white. You've also got that in this fabulous grey and it's like a mottled background. And look, just as well while we're here, look how well this whole thing works with our rainbow bundle. This is the grey mottle, for example. That would fit in beautifully. That's the thing with having a palette, a patchwork palette. You've then got fabrics that go with just about anything and everything. And then last of all in your bundle, you've got this fabulous stripe, which is a bit like wide border stripe. Fab, isn't it? Really cool. All right, that's beep beep. 4.5 meters plus a panel. Now we're going to do some Riley Blake next. Now this one's called Heart Song. This is really fun. It's all a bit psychedelic. Oh, wait a minute. That's the Moda, isn't it? That's Moda. Sorry. Heart Song. Mustard, sorry. Oh, this is a lovely one. This is a lovely one. Right. Let me show you these. So this is Riley Blake Heart Song. And in this bundle, you're getting 12.5 meters. So absolutely oodles to make a queen-sized quilt or a double. Lovely range. You've got some really pretty florals. You've got some great stripes in there. Check those out. You've got gulls like that. It's quite Janet Clare, isn't it, that? Beautiful little florals there. Really lovely. So you've got kind of peaches, pinks, some soft silvery greys, and then you've got this wonderful sort of ochre, this ochre yellow, and this deeper rust. Really, really lovely. That's gorgeous. 79.88. It's called Heart Song from Riley Blake. Very pretty. And again, I would mix that with a plain white or a plain silver. Silver grey would be really nice as your neutral. Now, next up, we've got some Dina Designs fabric, and that is right here. This is a range called Sundara. Sundara Oasis. Ah, this is fun. This is fun. Yeah, really pretty. You've got lovely lilacs, soft blues, little bit of chartreuse in there as well. And then you've got some real fun prints as well, just to add a bit more impact. So this is a really fun one with little monkeys. So this one, a bit more sort of juvenile in terms of design, which would make a really fun, I mean, that would be really nice in a conservatory. But it would also be really nice for a children's quilt, of course. The playful designs Love that. That is beautiful. You could have a lot of fun actually putting some Bonder web on the back, fussy cut these. I would actually have a little very narrow bit of orange around the outside and then arrange these onto a background, probably of this deep orange, and I would cut out multiples of these and then actually either fan them or do a circular mandala, fuse them down and applique them, and then add in maybe things like some circles or some petal shapes in some other fabrics from the range to create a large mandala. And then I would use some of these coordinates and some solids, maybe some mottles, some marbles, to create borders around that. But that would be my starting point. Sometimes it just takes one fabric, doesn't it, to inspire a design. Now you've also got that same print but in the lilacs and blues. Can you imagine using those to create a mandala? I think that would be beautiful. Nice thing to do. Sundara mandala. Ooh. Sundara actually translates, it's Sanskrit and it means beautiful. Thank you, Charlie. Did you just look that up for us? Oh, that's really cool. Really cool. Beautiful stripe fabric, this. This would be rather nice to fussy cut a panel, wouldn't it? And you could create blocks out of that, large rectangular blocks. Or fussy cut this, again, applique them. There's lots of other elements in there that you could fussy cut. Beautiful. That's a nice bit of fabric. Loads to inspire you there. This is a rather nice one as well. It's a floral, but it's done almost like a, I'm going to embarrass myself now because I never know how to say this. Is it moire silk or moire? It's M-O-I-R-E, but there's an accent over the E, I think. Silk. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it, but you know what I mean. Lovely. It's lovely. Gorgeous. That's Sundara Oasis from Dina Designs. Now, some Philip Jacobs next. This is called Floating World. Now, Philip Jacobs is 1/3 of the Kay Facet collective. So you might recognise the style of some of these fabrics from Free Spirit, from his Kay Facet collective fabrics. So they are an eclectic mix of florals. Just some stunning designs here. Look at that one, beautiful. Wait till you see this next one. This is absolutely wow. Really fab, gorgeous colours there. Bit of blue next. I do love blue fabrics. It's the world's favourite colour, you know. It is true. It's the world's favourite colour. And just gorgeous. That's Philip Jacobs. Now then, next up, can we do the Caif? Can we do the Caif? It's a nice segue to Caif, isn't it? So we've got a little Caif collection. This is 8.5 meters. So 4 meters of fabric in total. Some really bold blooms here. That one is rather stunning, isn't it? Oh, I see a little bit of Philip Jacobs here. So you can tell his fabrics, they often have this sort of almost like, you know, botanical illustrations. Most amazing painter. Some succulents there, rather juicy. Gorgeous. I love the palette in this one. That is really jewel coloured. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? I'm kind of channeling that today, don't you think? Yeah. It's kind of, yeah, dark and moody. That's what Charlie normally calls me. This next one, gorgeous. Oh, lovely, lovely. That's all those beautiful poppies. And then succulents. That is very succulent looking fabric, isn't it? Lovely. That is stunning. That is beautiful. Really nice to fussy cut that one. If you were making garden maze, I would use this one for the squares, because you could really like fussy cut some different elements, and they would have almost like, they would look like flowers, like giant dahlias, but they're actually succulents, of course. Gorge. So much fun playing with these fabrics. Can we do Harry Potter? Let's do Harry Potter. Now, I must tell you a funny story while we look at these. Quite a few years ago, I started getting my first grey hairs. I should have just been grateful that I'd still got hairs, really, but you know, I thought, oh, grey hairs, I don't want that. So I decided I was going to dye my hair. So I chose really carefully a box dye, you know, and it was light brown, and it was the perfect shade, and when I did it, it was perfect. But then, as sometimes happens, after a couple of weeks, it all started to fade, and it was going gingery, and one of my friends said, oh, look at you, you look just like Ron Weasley. And that's it now. From then on, she always calls me Ron, forevermore. Ron Weasley. It's actually sold out. Oh, well done if you got it. What's next? Moda? Oh, bumbleberries, bumbleberries. Let's do bumbleberries. Lewis and Irene. Absolutely lovely. They're gorgeous coordinate range, they're blender range. Now, these are some stunning colours. You've got a magenta, you've got aqua, a lovely soft golden yellow, and then this beautiful deep gold. That's really stunning, isn't it? This one is almost like a blue-black, a slate maybe, and then a beautiful sort of proper elephant grey. Those are lovely colours. They would work really nicely together actually in a quilt. You get 6.5 metres of fabric, 3 metres in total, for $42.44. Really good price, that. And then our last little bundle that we've got is from Moda. And this is lovely. It's all a bit sort of psychedelic. It's a bit Austin Powers. The flowers. Is that where that comes from, Charlie? Ah. Look at that. That is so much fun. I remember, I think it was Wendy Orlando maybe that made a quilt using this. It was really gorgeous anyway. Lovely geometric there. That's fun. Like that. And then little flowers, almost like a bit hibiscus, isn't it? And then this stripe. Now, this stripe is something that I wish I could buy a bolt of, because this is stunning. I'm going to hold it up for a second, because that is so beautiful. It's quite Tula, isn't it? It's quite Tula pink as well. You can imagine that going with a lot of Tula. But if you just have a look now at the colours in there. Now, I love a fabric where you can cut individual elements. So here we'd have all the yellows into orange, but we could equally cut it here where it's orange into pink, pinks into purples, or we could even straddle across 3 parts and have aquas, purples and pinks. You can use fabrics like this in so many creative ways. You could create a whole rainbow quilt just using one fabric. Just lovely. So you get 2.5 metres, 5 half metres in total for $37.45. Be really nice for bag making as well, wouldn't it? Perhaps use the larger floral, the geometric for the outside of the bag. You could make a big fun beach bag, something like that would be lovely. And then use the geometrics perhaps for pocket tops or the stripe. This great diagonal stripe actually. Now, what I like about a diagonal stripe is that when you cut straight of grain strips, they will look like you've cut the stripe on the bias, but you won't have the stretch to deal with, because you'll have this wonderful, that could be your binding, that could be your sashing strips, and it looks like you've cut the fabric on the bias, a regular kind of straight stripe on the bias, but you haven't. Lovely. Really nice. Really nice. Now, can I, oh, sorry, just fiddling around with my ear. Beg your pardon. Right now, though, we've got some books. I'm just going to grab, I've got some books to share with you. Can we start with Jenny Jackson? Jenny, with a wonderful brand new book, English Paper Piecing Workshop, 18 EPP projects for beginners and beyond. And you know, Jenny's written a fabulous book here. She really has. She's used Alison glass fabrics throughout, which I love, which has really sort of made modern this very traditional style of patchwork. Some beautiful projects in here, all pieced using the English paper piecing method. If you've never done that before, you're folding the fabric over a paper template, which gives you the shape, gives you the accuracy and the crispness, and then you can sit and hand sew those edges together. So all of these projects are beautifully hand sewn, great portable projects. Not just quilts, of course. You've got a lampshade in there, you've got cushions and bolsters, you've got a table runner, salt and pepper, like a bit of salt and pepper. That's lovely. Beautiful wall hanging, that's gorgeous. And what's great about EPP, I think, is that you've got the ease of template. So you get some really unusual shapes, actually, in English paper piecing that perhaps we would be too afraid to machine sew. They'd be very difficult, or you'd have lots of inset seams, which of course are easy to work by hand. It's rather nice. I like the macrame fringing. Oh, excuse me, I've got a tickle. Oh, lovely Becky made me a cup of coffee and it's just perfect. It's just oiling everything. Celtic knots, that's rather lovely. Oh, now imagine making this using our rainbow bundle. Reds, pinks, purples, blues, greens, shading across. Or kaleidoscope kisses. That's another one that you could make rainbow style. Well, just any of them. There's colouring layouts, there's all sorts in there. It's all so different. Absolutely smashing. Great price too. $13.99 for 18 projects. Fab. Next up, we've got Colour Thread and Free Motion Quilting by Terry Lucas. Now, big fan of any books on free motion machine quilting, because it's one of those things that we all want to do. We all want to do better. And this is the kind of workbook that's really going to encourage you to experiment with thread, experiment with pattern, with thread weight, different colours, using colour theory to help you put together quilting thread with your quilts. Very, very clever. Love the way it's been done. Really super book. It's more about using colour in quilting rather than free motion quilting itself. There are lots of lovely patterns for free motion quilting as well included, but the majority of the book deals with sort of colour theory and how to use and get creative with colour colour in your quilting. Sorry, suffering a bit here. Okay, and then our last book that we've got is called Sensational Quilts for Scrap Lovers. This looks like it's going to be terribly complicated. Lots of templates, lots of weird shapes to cut out. The best thing about this book is the clever piecing, because for every design that looks like it's going to be hard and looks like it's going to be difficult templates, there is a clever piecing technique that makes it easy. I mean, look at that, absolutely stunning. So many gorgeous projects in here. Frontal boundaries. True enough, that's beautiful. That is a gorgeous quilt. And again, look, this, do you see this part here, this part of the unit that you think, oh, template? It's actually a folded square, sewn down one side, folded through and pressed, and then appliqued to a background square. That's genius. I love that. There's so much in this book. There's so much in this book. It's really clever, really clever. Deputy Joan, I think you'd really like that if you're watching. And then, last of all, we've got the Quilt Builder card deck. This is set 2. Love these. If you want to be your own quilt designer, this is great. This is also it's very giftable. So you get your little box, and then you get a whole set of cards. They're not coasters, don't put your cup of coffee on there. You've got your quilt block, and then on the other side, it's called Flock. You've got an outline drawing, you've got a grayscale, you've got a grayscale exploded piecing diagram, and then you've got a coloured block. Then you've got all of your cutting instructions for 5 different sizes of block, and every single one of the blocks comes in a 6-inch, 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch and 36-inch version, and you've got all your instructions for how to make that block in 5 different sizes. Now remember, you've got 40 blocks, you've got 5 sizes, so you've got 200 block designs in there. 200 block designs, but you've also got in there, and I can't find them, but they're mixed in somewhere. You've got blocks that tell you things like how to calculate fabric for your borders. Oh, here we go. These are a few of them. So how to use the block charts, how to set blocks on point, and the sizes of square that you would cut out, and triangles, how to align fabric for better piecing, how to sew half square triangles, how to cut easy 45-degree angles, how to figure the yardage for a quilt. How useful is that? Brilliant. All in the box for $16.99. It's very giftable. That would be a great challenge, wouldn't it? There's a wonderful chap, I need to find out, I need to be able to tell you who he is, but I can't quite remember for a second. But he's doing a thing at the moment. He's doing it with AccuQuilt cubes, but you could do it with these cards. He's doing a randomly generated quilt block every day to use up his scraps, but you could literally dive into the box, pull out windmill number 2, and then he uses a dice, and he's got a little chart for 8 different colours. He uses an 8-sided dice, throws it, and says, okay, so this quilt block uses 3 different colours, background, and then 2 different colours there. So he throws it and they go, oh, number 2, that's pink, orange and black. So those are the 3 colours he goes into his stash, and then he makes that block using those colours, and then he'll put that to the back, and then you could do it the next day and the next day, and you could spend next year once a week maybe making a different quilt block and use up your scraps. That would be so much fun. Love it, love it. Okay, we're going to a break. When we come back, Janet Clare will be here, and this wonderful quilt. So stick around, I'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery, and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Hi there, welcome back. We're having a fab morning here on Sewing Street. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stuart Hillard and this is Janet Clare.
Hello.
You need no introduction, Janet, I'll do it anyway. Did you have a lovely break?
I did. I had a nice cup of tea, thank you. I don't know how you just keep going. You just keep going, you're a machine.
I have my cuppa by the side of me though. I'm fueled by tea and coffee.
You've been up since 4.
I have. I haven't peaked yet. Mm-hmm. I'm getting there. We've got another hour of Janet Clare projects. Absolutely wonderful. We had lots of messages actually in the last hour from people saying, love that quilt behind you. Oh, what's that? Well, tell us about it, Janet.
This is Bright Above Me. And if you were watching when I was on at 9, you saw another Astra Orbiter sort of nighttime inspired quilt. This one is super simple. This is half square triangles and squares, and it's on this lovely rich indigo, which isn't a solid, so that it's sort of got subtle shading. And I kept the background to individual squares because I wanted it to feel like it was moving. I didn't want it to be great. Yes, mosaic. Didn't want it to be big chunks. So this super simple. You're going to make the whole quilt in 9 little sections. So sometimes you may only be making a little section of the star, but it's easier than trying to piece it into blocks and then set them in and all the rest of it. So I just chunked it into 9 sections. It's using, we've got kits using my Astra fabric. This one is the 60 by 60 size, which is a nice sort of throw. You could put it on a staircase, put it on a sofa, put it on a bed. It will just sort of sit on top at that size, 60 by 60.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now we've got details on screen. This is for the 60 by 60 version, or 152 centimetre square version. That's the one that's hanging behind Janet right now, which is a brilliant size for a throw or a sofa or a wall quilt or a bed topper. You get a full kit. You get for £105. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. So all the fabric for the backgrounds, the stars, the piecing, the binding
and
as
the
well,
binding,
plus full instructions to make that 60 by 60 version. And Janet, well, look, I'm gonna put it out there. I am not a fan of traditional sampler quilts, block, sashing, block. That is a star sampler I could absolutely get on board with.
It is a sampler, really,
it is,
isn't it?
Yeah.
It is a sampler because there's multiple elements. I get quite bored of making the same block, same time.
That too. Same fabric, same block.
Yes,
me too.
same fabric.
Yeah.
No, if it's changing and you're playing with the tones and the prints, then that's different again.
Yeah.
So this is really fun, and it's really. And I feel like I say this every quilt, but this one is genuinely really easy. It's half square triangles. It's broken down into little bits, and I think it's really classic. It's really striking, but it's simple, clean, and simple.
Well, again, as I said to you before, you take simple elements. This is it's a special skill you have to take simple elements, but elevate them above and beyond the ordinary. They're extraordinary, aren't they? It's such a beautiful quilt, absolutely lovely. So a full kit to make that in one of Janet's signature bags, of course. Absolutely beautiful. So you get your calico bag to keep everything in. You get your pattern. Now, Janet, am I right that the pattern actually gives you 2 sizes?
The pattern includes both sizes because all we've done is the 90 by 90 quilt looks identical to this. It's just
bigger patches,
bigger half square triangles.
Perfect.
You need a lot more fabric.
A lot more fabric, which we do have a kit for.
Fabric. You do indeed.
But it's good to know, isn't it? Because once you've made the 60 by 60 version using your kit, you might well then think, I have another Janet Clare collection.
And all these star blocks, you know how useful they are.
A million times over. A million times over. And I really love what you've done with the background. It's almost just like
broken it up.
Yeah. And I love the other square where you've got these the stars,
little splotches and little colours and dots, because you want it all to. It's a lot more work having all these individual squares.
It's worth it.
But that's what I thought, because it really just breaks it up. You have not got a plain chunk in the whole quilt.
It is, it's fabulous. And you're using the mottle as well. You get all this subtle variation in colour. So in your kit, you're getting the Bright Above Me pattern. Remember, that gives you 2 sizes, 60 by 60 and 90 by 90. And then you get all the fabric in this kit to make your 60-inch version. So beautiful, half square triangles, squares, nothing complicated. But such a clever design and a very clever way that the whole thing has been put together as well. So read the instructions. I know we always say
the instructions.
But you're not making
me
star
in the
blocks.
last hour. You and the instructions saved me in the last hour. How to make 4 flying geese at the same time.
There you go.
I could only remember the first 2 steps. But no, it's all there. just take it little bit by little bit, and you will
Again,
end up
it's
with
one of
something
those things
so
where you can think
striking.
of as like a sort of, it's a class with Janet, isn't it? Enjoy the instructions. Now, if you want more, you want bigger, and you know me, I always say go big or go home. You can make that same quilt in a 90 by 90 version. Now, remember, your finished quilt is going to look exactly the same as the quilt that's hanging behind Janet. It's same blocks, but on a bigger scale. We've got 9 of these left, okay? So let me show you what you get in your kit. So you get your beautiful bag again. Love that. It's such a nice feature. You get your pattern, which again gives you both the 60 by 60 and the 90 by 90 sizes. So you make exactly the same quilt, but a different scale. And then look at all this beautiful.
So much fabric. It's so lovely.
It's a workout. It's a workout. You get all these beautiful fabrics from the Astra. Thank you. I was going to call it Nova. The
Nova.
Astra
Oh, that's
Nova.
a nice name
You can
as
have
well.
that, Janet.
Thank you very much.
You can have that. You get all of those. Well, the other thing I love, your fabrics always have something written on the selvage, don't they?
Yes, and that one says the heavens reach out above us.
It's lovely.
Yeah, and we get to choose the colour registration dots, and even the font. I choose the font that's on the selvage as well.
Beautiful. Every step of the way.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't this
lovely.
one have, is it UFOs?
Yes, little UFOs that Joe drew in my sketchbook.
That's cute.
I don't know when he drew
Did he
them.
want
long
a
time ago.
percentage?
He was really chuffed that his drawing, I mean this was a long time ago, his drawing was on the selvage. Then he realised that most people sort of cut them and throw them away.
Oh, but some people collect them very much.
You can collect them. So you have to collect Joseph's anyway. There they
Original
are.
artwork.
Original artwork, little UFOs.
But it is a family business, isn't it? Your husband, Tony, is
he
the
runs
chief
the
of
business.
everything.
Chief of everything, he runs everything. He's the one who writes all the patterns, gets it all liaised with the printer, does all of that. I am just left to design and come up with things.
Well, it's not just, but it's, yeah.
But that's all I do now. I've got a luxury. I've sort of palmed off all the...
All the bits you don't
all
like.
the bits I don't like.
Onto your husband. Well done, good.
I'm so clever.
Secret
Maybe
of a happy
that
marriage.
should be my masterclass.
It's certainly a master plan, isn't it? Let's
It's a
be honest.
master-
Now,
just
while
my
we're on the
masterwork.
subject of the chief of anything, what would you like for your dinner
of
tonight?
Anything. What would I like for dinner tonight? Well, I was hotel dinner last night, so I think some vegetables would be very handy. Something with veg.
Good. Something with veg, Tony. Anything with veg. What's your favourite?
Don't know. I quite like simple food, like salmon and veggies and buttered potatoes, things like that.
Oh, lovely. I do a lovely Dijon and panko crusted salmon.
Oh, nice.
I'll give you the recipe. All right, so that's our first quilt kit. Bright Above Me. Again, I
Bright
love the
Above
name.
Me.
Gorgeous. Now, you can get the pattern on its own if you would like. This is rather lovely. It's not really one pattern, is it? Let's be honest. You've got 2 different sizes, 60 by 60 and 90 by 90. But you've also got all of those different quilt blocks, those star blocks, that you could use for runners, cushions, wall hangings, bags. Use these patterns, be creative.
Yeah, just go for it. I think that's really, once you've got a bit of confidence, you can start to break down little elements and think actually that star will work perfectly.
Yeah.
You can start mixing and matching a bit. And all the techniques are universal. You know, it's a half square triangle. You can do so much with them.
You really can.
You
I've
really,
built a
really
career
can.
on them.
Half square triangle, I love them. People complain about them. But I love a half square triangle.
I do too.
There's a
I love the simple discipline
Yes.
of sewing and piecing and getting them beautiful and
endless variations and combinations.
gorgeous. You're speaking my language, Janet. Now then, that's our 2 big quilt kits. Next up, let's do winter. Let's do winter. Now, this is a lovely, lovely bundle here. Janet, there's so much here. I'm going to open up this bundle. This is the winter bundle, the project bundle. There's such a lot in here. You get a book, you get fabric, you get trims, you get stuffing.
Ribbon.
You even get some batting,
ribbon,
don't you?
There's a bit of batting. There's felt,
reels of thread.
embroidery, silk, thread. It's what I wanted to do with the book. Stuart will show you the book, but it was to, again, you've bought it and you can get started.
Yeah.
You know, you're not trying to find the little elements. It's all there ready for you to get going. You can make lots of Christmassy. So I'm feeling Christmassy now. Christmas in June, I can't do Christmas in June.
No, it's difficult, isn't it? I
Yeah.
do love the winter, crisp, frosty mornings and clear, star-filled nights. Bowl of hot soup.
No. I'm
Dollop
not
of
falling for
mash.
that one again.
Dollop of mash. It is beautiful. Look at this, little penguins. You get, this is hard to believe, you get the fabric in your bundle to make your little penguins. You get your bonder web, you get your binding, you get your batting. It's unbelievable, really. Your little,
The little polar bear,
squidgy
mummy.
polar bear with babies. We get everything to make these, don't we? Even
They're
the
a really
toy
nice
stuffing.
Little project. I do. Yes.
You can use your pattern to make a quilt. You don't get the fabric to make a quilt, of course, but you do get lots of other lovely things, all in Janet's inimitable and very recognisable style. Within your kit as well, look, you get a couple of reels of Guttman thread, you get ribbon. So for example, if you wanted to make little hanging felt decorations for your tree or to put on gifts.
They'd lovely on a gift, wouldn't they? With the little fabric bags that we were talking about to make a little reindeer.
Beautiful. You've even got your ribbon. You've got your embroidery floss for doing things like noses and mouths. You've got, look here, you've got, is that a needle?
That's actually a needle. That's a John James needle.
Even the needle.
I
It's
just write a
amazing.
list of what I want in the kit so that if I got it at home, what would I need?
Yeah, it's lovely. And then you can hit the ground running.
Hit the ground running and you've got everything that I like and that I would use. So that's the
This is the
to
penguins,
make
isn't
the little
it?
penguin picture.
I love the fact that that's complete. You've everything there. Look, you've got your bonder web.
Bonder web.
And that's not just bonder web for the penguins at all,
No,
is it?
you've got
It's
masses. So you
loads.
can make the reindeers and onto cushions or whatever else you want. And some
You know, I
felt.
mentioned the little hanging decorations. Well, look at all this felt that you get, all this red, all of this white. So when I talk about making these, you really do have everything you need, including the stuffing.
Yes.
You've got a lovely sample there too, Janet.
So I'll show it on the table. So this is the exact same template, but instead of making it 3D, I've just kept them, I've just made one and then appliqued them on to a bit. Again, if you wanted to use the red felt, there's enough red felt for you to do that.
And have you seen those lovely penny rugs? They're very popular in the States. I'm thinking there you could do like penny rug edging or something around the outside.
Yeah,
You've really got to have a die to cut those. I couldn't be bothered cutting with scissors all the hundreds of circles.
No.
But that's lovely. Or you could literally just curve the edges, little blanket stitch around the edge.
Stitch round. You could bag it out. Little space there for Father Christmas's drink and cookie.
Oh, nice idea.
Yeah, put that down.
I couldn't trust myself to leave those out for Santa. I'd be down at midnight eating them myself.
Eating them again, you'd have to top them
would.
up.
Be a constant battle all night.
Just leave the bottle.
Yeah, just leave the bottle and a mug.
An apology.
Yeah, an apology. I like it. Beautiful. You've got everything in there. Look, you've even got a bag of toy stuffing so that you can create those different elements. Just beautiful. $39.99 for everything, including that little book Winter by Janet Clare.
And we do have a little PDF that you can look at, which shows you some of the ideas that I've created. So you've got that extension to the, they're not double-sided, some of them are double-sided, got an extension to the little booklet. And the reindeer is jointed, so he moves around. So I'll show you that
superb.
later
And
as
that's
well.
how you did the quilt, isn't it? With all the different reindeer running and leaping. Lovely message. I bought the pattern book last time Janet was on. This is from Liz, who's in Derbyshire. The stag template is amazing. I adapted the dog template slightly so it looks like my dog. Fabulous.
Fantastic.
Really cute.
That's what I like, really personal and making things your own.
Yeah.
Great fun.
Fabulous.
Great fun.
Now, if you'd like the project book on its own and you want to use your own elements, you absolutely can. Let me show you the details for that. It's called Winter by Janet Clare. It's £9.99, would you believe? And that includes your little penguin wall hanging. It includes your reindeer quilt, your polar bear little sort of stuffed toys. All these different elements, all included, but remember there's so many other ideas on Janet's website for how you can use the booklet, the templates, the ideas in all kinds of creative ways. Just use it as a springboard. Absolutely lovely. £9.99 for that. Janet, we've got so much more in the show today. It's incredible. Let's do the Advent Village next. Now you can see a few elements of it here. I'm just going to bring it over. This is lovely. Now I love an Advent calendar.
I know.
I'm in terrible trouble at the moment.
Oh, haven't you made?
Not that I haven't made one. Charlie doesn't want made, he wants bought. He likes the Lego City.
The Lego City.
Normally I'm super organised and I've bought it month in advance. Didn't this year. Can't get it anywhere. I've managed to order one, but there's no way it's going to arrive for the 1st. So
you're in trouble. You're in the doghouse.
Really am.
Won't ask Charlie what's for your dinner, will we?
Nothing. It's in the cat. Now this is Janet's Advent Village. Love this because you can arrange this on a mantelpiece, on a bookshelf. You could arrange it on the windowsill.
Absolutely, or just put a few letters, a few numbers out on the table. Yeah. And just keep switching them out. You know, you don't have to have them all out if you don't want to.
No, that's a really nice idea. So and of course as well, if you really want to confuse everyone, you can keep rearranging them so the numbers are in the order that you imagined the day before. Now, you've got a mixture of houses and trees, and each one of them has a little pocket on the back.
Little pocket.
That you can slip a little something into.
Yeah, chocolates or, you know, diamond earrings or...
Tony, if you're watching.
Lego.
What kind of diamond earrings, Janet?
Yeah, I might like emerald ones, actually.
Oh, emerald and diamond.
Yeah.
Mixed, nice.
Yeah, it's a bit sparkle.
Nice.
Little tiny little drops, Tony. No, we've got like a 20 quid budget. We don't actually spend a huge amount at Christmas at all. We've got a £10 budget with Mum and Dad, my sister. Makes you think, but you can do it.
Get yourself on Jewellery Maker. We've got some fabulous bargains over there.
There you go. There you go. You can definitely do it. You need a bit of thought.
Yes.
But you can definitely do it. So no, I won't be getting, I'll have to buy my own.
Well, at least you get exactly what you want that way.
Exactly.
These are beautiful. All made in felt, hand sewn.
Little hand sewing project, really quick and easy. Felt is lovely to sew with because it doesn't fray, it doesn't stretch, doesn't do anything. Just you cut out the shape and that's it.
And then
like that.
The numbers, these are hand embroidered.
Little hand embroidery numbers. And gorgeous. I did stitch those in order, numerical order. So that I remembered, I made sure I'd got all of them. And it makes sure that you haven't got, you know, all the trees are numerical.
Right.
Sort of choose an element.
I love that. A message from, this is from Tracy, who's in West Yorkshire. Morning, Stuart and Janet. I've treated myself to 3 of Janet's patterns today. Tracy in West Yorkshire.
Thank you.
Today is National Giving Day, so give yourself a gift. Why not?
Excellent work, Tracy.
Gorgeous,
Thank you very
excellent
much.
work. Now, we've got a kit here. It's £29.99 for Janet Clare's Advent Village kit. You get all of your instructions. You also get all of the felt that you need, the white, the red and the green. You get your embroidery floss, red and white. You get your embroidery needle as well. Literally, the only thing you need to add to this is something to fill. Now then, what do you recommend?
Well, I've actually got, I think it's rice in there. I think they're rice in there. Of course, if you've bought the winter bundle, you've probably got some toy stuffing left. But a bit of old rice or some dry lentils.
Bit of old rice. What if you've had a curry one night, just save a bit of rice back.
Just save it.
Not cooked rice. Not cooked rice, Janet, come on. It is also, did you know it's National Leftovers Day today?
You're just making all of these up.
I'm not making it up.
It
is National Leftovers Day. I think it's an American thing because of Thanksgiving.
Let's all point to the person who's been up since 4 a.m.
and is getting overexcited.
Might be getting a bit delirious at this point.
But yeah, rice, lentils, beans, something
anything.
like that.
I just think they've got a really satisfying little weight to them. They feel lovely. Yeah, anything really.
It's very satisfying.
We're going to be banned from working together, I tell you.
Satisfying weight. Gorgeous. All right, that's the Advent Village. You crack me up, Janet, every time.
I know.
Every
We're all
single
deadly
time.
serious and professional.
Okay, good. Now then, should we just mention we've got 3 Janet Clare Moda pre-cuts. We have got the 10-inch layer cake. This is To the Sea. This is To the Sea. It's a gorgeous picture of you on the front, Janet.
Oh, Toby
really
took
lovely.
that.
Did he?
He did.
Gorgeous.
See, chief of everything. Chief of
He
everything.
really can do anything and everything, can't he? Can he sew?
I'm trying to teach him, but I think he's frightened to learn because we all know where that story's going to end, don't we?
You're not kidding. the Tony collection.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd buy it. Gorgeous. Love this. Morse code. So clever, isn't it?
Morse code.
So clever. And it's just a beautiful design as well. Love it on the cream. Little ropes, little shells. I stayed on Shell Island once, and they were all mussels growing on the rocks. So I harvested some and cooked them in some seawater. Beautiful.
Lovely.
Beautiful. Little ships, gulls. Absolutely lovely.
With a cable and really nice soft blues and indigos, and then that sand colour that just lifts it a little bit.
And this shade of blue as well.
It's a nice blue. I was happy
Stunning.
with that, really happy with that.
Stunning colour. Love it. So you've got all of that. 42 10-inch squares from Janet's range called To the Sea.
To the Sea.
To the Sea. Let's do it. Let's go. For $47.99. And as always, and we say this every time, don't we, Janet? When they're gone, they're gone.
They're really
you don't
gone.
repeat.
The Moda, they only make so many, and then when they are gone, that's it. It doesn't matter if they all sold out in one day. That's it. Then the production is on to the next.
Yeah, yeah. And Janet and I have both experienced this, where actually a collection, although it's for sale in shops and things like that, it is actually officially sold out because it's sold out from the warehouse. There is nothing left.
Yes.
Basically, what's in the shops, when that's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's hard to find online as well, isn't it? Because shops will just have a little bit here and there. So if you do fall in love with something, I mean, it is genuinely, you should get it when you see it.
Oh, there's nothing worse than buy a regret or not buying regret.
Not buying.
With quilting fabrics. I've done it myself. Oh, sleepless nights. Now, we've also got the 5-inch charm pack. Love a charm pack. Can't resist. Can't resist. It's $14.99 and you've got a little bit of everything.
They're lovely. They're really nice size, 5-inch, and they are big enough to...
They're all gone, Janet.
Oh, they're all gone.
They're all gone.
Well, thank you.
Get it out of my sight. I can't bear to look at it. But we do have the jelly roll. We do have
Love
the
a
jelly
jelly
roll.
Love, love, love a jelly
I love
roll.
so much about jelly rolls.
They're just so satisfying and so practical, and that 2.5-inch width is just... And full width of fabric, they are so useful, aren't they?
They really are. They really are. And I sometimes I have jelly rolls, and I use them for binding quilts.
Yeah.
Because they're already cut.
Yes.
And I love a scrappy binding. And I'll get them in colours that I use, and I'll just sew them together and
Just sew them
bind.
together and keep it for binding.
So those odd strips that you have left from projects, don't think, what will I do with that? You'll make something. Log cabins. I'm obsessed with log cabins at the moment.
They're fun to unwrap as well, a jelly
Oh,
roll.
they are.
Really
Now,
are.
according to my lovely friend John Scott, in order to get it back looking like it was brand new, all you need are 2 forks and a friend.
2 forks and a
Two forks
friend.
and a friend, apparently, and you just twizzle it like spaghetti.
Okay.
I've yet to see him do it.
We need to see him do it, don't we?
Yeah, I think we do. But you've got all the beautiful fabrics there, all of them. I think there are 40, aren't there?
I think there's 40 cuts in them.
Yeah, 42-inch, 2.5-inch strips in all of the lovely creams and tans, the sand colours, the deeper soft slate blue, that lighter slate blue, and then that gorgeous deep indigo navy.
Indigo. I do try and keep some elements of my collections the same, so that, as I say, if you're making an indigo quilt and you don't have enough, I will try and have indigo in the next collection as well.
Yes.
I do try and keep that consistent, but the die lots will be different and they will be made at different times.
Yeah.
And you can get away with it if you're patchworking and piecing. But,
It's what gives you that sparkle.
It does. It
You know,
does.
It's what you've so cleverly done in the
just
background of
breaking
this
it up.
quilt. It just breaks it up. It's
Because I gave them a sheet of watercolour, well, ink, indigo ink, inked up a big page, and that's what they made the screens from. So it's not a solid colour. I don't use the solid colours that often. I tend to like something that's got a bit of a wash coming in and out,
Yeah.
and then each one really is subtly different.
Yeah,
Just
it
brings
really
it all
is.
to life a bit.
Now, Janet, all I need is a fork.
A
and I
fork
can-
and a friend.
That's all I need.
You need
and
a
that will
friend
be
as well, eh?
Have more
Let's
luck
not
finding
do a
fork.
jelly roll on
Let's
there.
not do
Let's
that
not do
again.
that on air. We will let it all just be as it is.
Fortunately, I have much more talented people around me who have
can do
forks,
it.
friends, you name it. Perfect. Okay, Janet, that is an awful lot of loveliness.
Good. I'm
Will
glad.
you show us a little something, please?
What shall I show you? My reindeer. So
Yes,
I've got my
please.
reindeer out here. So the template.
Show us your reindeer.
Show me your reindeer. The template in the book is here, and he's all in little bits. So you may want to copy him onto a card rather than cutting your book up. But you can make him so he's jointed.
Love this.
I was so pleased when I came up with this idea. It's not my idea to make little paper templates that move little puppets, but I don't think anyone else applies them to a plique, and it's just that random burst of inspiration that comes to you sometimes, isn't it? And you just think, oh, that makes my life so much easier. And also it lowers boredom because you've got so many different reindeers to sew rather than cutting out sort of 12 identical ones or whatever.
Yeah.
And you just reposition him, put your Bondaweb on top, and then you can cut him out of the fabric. Should we hold the quilt up?
Oh, yes, please.
Let's hold the quilt up.
So this quilt, all the instructions are in your book, Winter by Janet
Yes.
Clare. And I love the way it's been put together, actually, in these long panels.
Long panels, and this is a linen, and it's just been tied, so it's very, very quick and easy to do. Really nice project to get on your lap, you know, and really just do the knots in the evenings. And every single one of these reindeers using the same template.
That's amazing.
It's fun, isn't it?
I love this one. I can actually hear this one. I can hear the noise.
Yeah, some of them have real life in them, haven't they? And some of them
They
you
all
just
do.
yeah, really, really nice. So again, just trying to make things as versatile and fun as possible.
Really gorgeous
So
quilt.
that will be on the sofa at Christmas.
Great.
So that is how I made the little hanging decoration. I don't know whether you can see that too clearly. And if you want to make a little 3D template, and the template is so fussy with all his little antlers and things, I would just cut out the one, wouldn't you? I'd just cut out one and leave the second side and a big piece of felt and stitch around that, and then you can trim it to size rather than trying to match up these two little fussy elements that just keep moving all the time. You'd be so frustrated. You can be a bit thriftier with your felt than I've been, but that's just such a game changer to how fiddly you're prepared to go with your little sewing. Or you can hand sew them.
I might even be inclined to cut the reindeer out of freezer paper and then iron that to two pieces of felt, because I might find freezer paper easier to trace and cut round.
That's a good idea as well. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And here's one that's just embroidered.
That's cute.
So
See, they would
again,
make
just
such
change-
lovely placemats, wouldn't they?
They would, or little like napkin, or do a table runner. Table runner. Tony's always asking me to design table runners.
See.
He loves a table runner. And then this reindeer, I just enlarged it, and I've just put one on a cushion. I mean, lovely
Beautiful.
gift, isn't it?
It is a lovely gift, and really lovely just to bring out. It's seasonal, it's Scandi, which we
Yes.
love.
Yeah.
It's wintry rather than Christmassy, so it can
Yes.
stay out for longer.
Yeah, really classic. You just switch out the cushion covers, and you've got something that, you know, you've transformed your room, haven't you? Very simply.
Beautiful. Julie on Facebook's come up with a very nice idea, Janet. Julie says the polar bears would lend themselves to a little trapunto, and the reindeer too. Isn't that a nice
they
idea? On a
would.
cushion or a quilt?
Yes.
Little extra stuffing inside.
Little stuffing. You'd come in from the back, wouldn't
Yeah.
you? probably not fuse it. Not fuse it where you wanted to you wouldn't fuse it, would you?
Well, I'm just thinking if you put the padding just in the... I'm not sure how you would do that.
I don't think you'd want to fuse.
You wouldn't want to fuse. I know what you would do. You would do the donut method.
What's the donut method?
Okay, so here's what you do. Let's just simplify it for a second and say it was a heart.
Yes.
So you trace the whole heart onto your bondweb, but then you trace a second line 1/4 of an inch inside. So for example, the antlers, you just leave them.
Just leave them.
So it would just be the body of the actual reindeer. You would trace it, then you would cut the bondweb away from the centre. So you just had
so
1/4 of an inch.
Yes.
That is the donut, like a ring.
Yes.
You fuse that, and then you would have the inside space would be free.
It's secured, but you've still got access to
the tummy.
Yes. There you go. You heard it here.
Stuff the tummy.
Stuff the tummy.
Donut method.
Donuts.
Donut. Oh, now I want a donut and a cup of tea. Could we Uber it?
Sure.
I won't get it, Janet.
You won't. I've got terrible sense of direction as well, so I'd get lost. Can you just Google donut shop near here? You probably could.
To probably do that.
You probably could.
And then those lovely polar bears.
The little polar bears. So they're really nice. And then the penguins as well. Now I've got a demo for the penguins.
Oh, lovely. Oh, yes, let's do that.
Look at penguins. I make such a mess here. So the penguins, I've got a half-finished polar bear and I've got a little penguin demo in here. Lots and lots of little fiddly little elements with the penguins, but they're very satisfying and cute to make. So here's one that I made, and you can see I just used a fluorescent thread so you could see it, but they've got little stars, little loose star quilting in the background. But your kit looks more like they're trying to hone in on the star quilting. There you go. Your kilt has this fabric, which is from my botanicals range. So I've just pieced two together to make a background, and they've got to have a little land to live on, I think. And then you're going to just trace onto bondweb and the fabric that you've got. Here you go, lots of little penguins all ready. And then you're going to iron them in place, and then we're going to do some free motion on top. So I've got free motion demo already.
Fantastic.
So I'll show you how you can free motion. And again, when you're setting these out, just tell yourself a little story. You don't have to copy mine, but just tell yourself, like, are they toddling off together, and give them space to actually move. You know, if you put them down here, they look like they're a bit lost, aren't they? You're going to lose them. But if she's looking, if they're over here, they've got somewhere to look at, and they just tell yourself a little story. I know it sounds crazy, but it really works, and it gets a bit more life to it, rather than thinking I've got 5 penguins.
No wonder Tony's afraid to come up the stairs and make a drink. You're in there on your own telling yourself a story.
Just telling myself little stories about how I want things to be.
Adorable.
I wouldn't put the 5 all together. You see how I've placed them. So they were interacting with each other, and they're filling the space, but the negative space is as interesting as the positive.
I think there's a lot of romance going on in that, Janet. I tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing this is very much an ongoing love affair.
Oh, yes.
This is the rejected
He's
lover.
the rejected lover.
He's definitely looking off into the distance and thinking of what that could have been me, he's thinking. This is definitely
the jilted lover.
Yeah. I'm thinking, so there's a whole story.
There's a whole
here.
Little family.
It's a dynasty. That's what it is, Janet. It's a dynasty.
A little dynasty. Right, so free motion.
Yes, please.
Well, you were talking about free motion. When I was in the green room, you were talking about a book with free motion.
This is such a great way of having a go.
Yeah,
and developing your skills.
I absolutely love free. I think I've just put I think I've just put my polar bear away. There you go. I'll get him out. We've got everything somewhere. Right, free motion. Lots of people are worried about it. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favourite things to do. You need a darning foot and the feed dogs down. And when you've got that combination of things, all the machine can do is lift the needle in and out of the fabric. And all you've got to do is move the fabric to shape. So hopefully this was working beautifully in the green rooms. Hopefully it is still. And I always practice by, I'll write my name first and just check that everything's going okay. There you go, we're off. And you're just going to guide it round with your fingers. So you can put the stitch anywhere you like, and you moving the fabric will create the stitch length. Because this is drawing and writing and not competition quilting, we can not worry about the stitch lengths at all. Just keep them completely free and loose and see what happens. I'm going to draw some penguins. And what I try to do with these is just boil it down to the simplest shape that looks like a penguin you can get. So don't be frightened of having a go. Sort of thing you could do on Stuart and I's National Everyone Plays on a Friday.
Yes.
Day. There you go.
Like you said, it's giving yourself permission just to have a go.
Yeah, and be bad at it.
Yeah.
And be bad at it.
Yeah.
There you go. Look, one little free motion penguin rubbing his tummy. Rubbing his tummy. So simple. So simple.
Now, if I saw that in a gallery for £75.
Stuart, this is 75. Give me an iron and a frame.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not framed, so I'm not buying it. But I mean, if it was, then I would.
You can make I mean, that would be a really nice little Christmas gift for somebody. Put it onto a little label, a little card.
It's really cute. So will you show us on the polar bear?
I'll show you
Bring
on the
that
polar bear
to life.
Polar bear, he's just been bonderwebbed on a bit of background, and now I'm going to stitch around him and bring him to life a bit with free motion. Now, if you were watching this and thinking, I'm still not going to do free motion, you can do satin stitch, that little invisible stitch, you can hand embroider it, buttonhole it, whatever you want. But I love a bit of free motion. I love how quick and free it is. Also, I've given myself a dark grey thread, and I could have made life a lot easier for myself and given myself a white thread. And I'm not even going to be too worried about sitting really close to the edge or not. I'm just drawing a polar bear here.
I'm afraid to interrupt you, Janet, but I do need to read out a message from a Tony who's messaged in. It might sound romantic, Stuart, but Tessa and I dehydrate on a daily basis for fear of interrupting the creative flow. Chief of everything.
Chief of everything. You called him Chief of anything, didn't you? That's what I should have called him, Chief of anything.
Yeah.
Bless him.
Yeah, but apparently he can't sew, so...
They'll
be hydrating themselves today.
Yeah, and he'll be in the biscuit tin today.
They're having a right old party.
They will be, because
They've
I'm not
trashed the
there.
place.
I wouldn't notice. You wouldn't tell.
Good, glad to hear it. Glad to hear
tell.
it. So you start by going around the outside, as close to the edge as you can get?
I'm literally trying to free motion a polar bear on that bit of fabric.
Okay.
So I'm not really worried about the stitches attaching the polar bear to the background, because the bonderweb's already done that. And so my stitches are decorative, and I want to just add a bit of life to them. To the polar bear. And normally I would, you can have a practice first, and I'd probably be using a paler thread. And if you want to turn the fabric so you can see where you're going, that's absolutely fine.
That's fine too.
Yeah, anything's fine, isn't it? Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, make it work.
Yeah, and you've got to enjoy it. I mean, we're not doing any of this to save time, are we? We're doing it to actually enjoy
the process.
Our time and the process.
Yeah. So as you're doing that, I just noticed you've done him a little mouth.
I've done a little mouth and a nose, and now I'm going to make him a little ear. And I'm not worried about where they actually are in real life. I'm just playing.
Yeah. But presumably you could try sketching, drawing on paper first.
Absolutely.
Oh, Lord.
You can see how quick and easy they are.
But it's just the way you've brought it to life with just a simple line.
Just a little simple line. And that polar bear is one of the little soft padded sort of 3D toys, and that's exactly the same template for that. So just hopefully just show you, whatever you want to do, and if you get a mad idea, do it.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I mean, if that was in a gallery.
If that was in a gallery, Stuart, if only you'd open a gallery.
I'm going to open myself a gallery.
You could serve soup. Soup on the menu, to have the
Soup,
hordes
tea,
coming
everything.
in.
Mashed potato with everything.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
The hordes would be rushing in.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I just love the way Janet brings things to life with a simple line, simple free motion quilting. And it is, as Janet says, something just to sit down, a little bit of music on in the background, whatever gets you in the mood.
Yeah, enjoy.
Have a play and practice.
And get all the mistakes out quickly. So there's no point sort of doing one and it's wonky. You may as well just keep going and improve every time. And I heard a brilliant phrase, I think it was Tom Daly, diver, and
Knitter,
he's the
crocheter.
knitter. And he was talking about knitting, when you rip it out, because you've made a mistake, you're frogging it all. He said, oh no, I'm starting from scratch. And he said, you're not, you're starting from experience.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a really
I thought
good
that
point.
was really, because you aren't starting from scratch, because scratch was, a day ago or a week ago.
That's why you made the mistake. That's such an inspired, I like that. I like that a lot. Tom also sent me his new book signed.
Did he?
I did. I got all very excited because it arrived.
Yes.
It's for Stuart, love from Tom. I thought, oh, that's lovely. And then I noticed there was a post-it on the front of the book, obviously from the publisher saying to Stuart, kind of telling him what to write.
Mine's lost in the post, obviously.
He's been very busy, Janet. I'm sure it's on its way.
Forgotten mine. How lovely, though.
No, it is lovely. It's a really fun book. Gorgeous. Love a bit of knitting, bit crochet.
Love a bit of knitting.
So, details are on screen for the winter project bundle. It's such a great bundle. I absolutely love this. You've got toy stuffing, felt, ribbon, thread, a needle, all the fabric and batting to make your penguin wall hanging. You've got all the instructions to make this gorgeous reindeer quilt, project after project after project. For $39.99. You can start adding in your own fabrics, mix and match, be creative, but you've got loads in there to get you started as well. Plus that all important pattern booklet called Winter by Janet Clare. Details are on screen. Now we've also got the pattern on its own, if you would like. It includes patterns for the penguin wall hanging. You've got the dashing reindeer quilt instructions. You've got the penguin wall hanging. You can make that by hand or machine. You've got your polar bear little toys. But remember, you saw Janet there using it to create a little picture. You could use this to applique onto felt. You could make very, very special luggage labels to go on presents.
Yes, that would be lovely.
Absolutely
just
delightful.
personalise as much as possible, I think.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. And of course, dive into your stash, add, supplement, expand. Could be absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've also been featuring in this hour the Bright Above Me quilt kit, which is hanging behind Janet. We have it available in 2 sizes. Remember, whichever option you go for, they will look the same. So you've still got the same proportions. You've still got the same arrangement of stars and background. The larger, the 19-inch square one, is simply made with larger patches, larger squares, larger half square triangles. That's £175. For that, you get all of the fabrics for the top and your binding and your full quilt pattern. We've only got 8 of those left. Well done if you've managed to get those. We've got all 8 in baskets. So check out your baskets and get yourself a beautiful quilt kit for that 19-inch square. It's an amazing price as well for a 19-inch square quilt. Now, if you want the smaller version that's hanging behind Janet, that's 60 inches by 60 inches. Again, it looks exactly the same as the larger version. It's just a slightly smaller scale. You get all of the fabrics for the top and the binding for £105. We have got 12 of these kits left. That is all, and then they are gone. Remember, it's not something we can really repeat, because once the fabric's gone,
it's gone.
It's gone.
It really genuinely has.
Now, you're going to give us a bit of a demo for
Bright Above Me. And all I've done is I've prepared my half square unit blocks and I've cut my squares, and I'm just going to show you how it builds up, because it looks quite daunting, doesn't it? I've just chosen section 1. This is what I was saying. Normally, you would make the star block and then piece it into a row, wouldn't you? But because there are so many different elements and little individual squares of different colours, I found it easier to chunk the whole quilt down into 9 sections. So this is section 1. And all you're going to do is prepare your elements, and then you just follow the diagram. So I'm actually putting the star together because that's quite dull for me to put together the top rows. So I need 1 plain square, 1 there, 1 of that, 1 of that, and is that going in the right order? Yes, it is. There you go. That's the whole top row done. There you go. And then the next row, we put it down. So can you see how undaunting it is to put it all together? It will just grow really organically and simply. You make your half square triangles, you trim them up, and then they're all sitting here ready for you. And if you get them, spatial awareness, there you go. If you get them all organised ahead of time, you can really, really play. Shall I move over a bit? So there you go, that's how easy it is. And then all you're going to do is sew them together with half square. Look, that's directional. You see Pippa would do that. She would twist that one round.
Oh
so
my
they
goodness.
will go in the right
wow.
way.
That's above and beyond.
That's what I know. She does. She's brilliant. So there you go, that's 2 rows of that 1 star done. As I say, you're making the quilt in 9 sections, so it's very, very manageable, and it doesn't get it doesn't get too big or hard to store until you're putting the whole top together.
No. So if you were doing this at home, you'd go beyond that, and you'd have these background squares.
Yeah.
You'd have all of this. So the whole thing into long rows.
Yes, the whole section. I will do the whole section rather than trying to piece all those together. I mean, you could piece that section, couldn't you? The star section as a long chunk if you wanted to. But yeah, breaking it down like that makes it much more simple. And we all know how easy it is now to sew these half square triangles together.
Yeah.
You know, it's very, very straightforward. Pretty sized together, 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, and you're good.
Yeah. My gut as well is telling me to, although I'm a chain piecer, I would be sewing 2 patches together, clipping my threads and putting them back where I got them from.
Yes.
If I'd spent ages setting them out.
If you setting them out. I don't do, I wouldn't chain piece like a whole top. I can't do the whole top. I always do it in little sections.
Yeah.
And do you do it where you've got you do the rows and they're all held together so you
with
can
threads.
Yes.
If it's something like a 9 patch or a 16, it's something
easy.
Simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, that I do 2 patches at a time.
Just do it really methodically and just sink into the process of it and let it grow nice and slowly. But this is really beginner friendly, and it's really graphic and classic, and I don't think you'd get fed up with it.
No, but also it's a world away from what I find rather sort of dull and regimented sampler quilts that are, here's a block, here's sashing around it, here's a different block sashing around it. You know, it's very unusual for me to like one of those. I'll instantly love this because it's just a different spin, completely different spin
on it. And don't forget, you can make your own stars as well. I mean, you don't have to stick to mine. Obviously, the fabric's the fabric.
Yeah.
But you know, there's no reason why you couldn't, you know, mix things up and do your own combination if you wanted to. Or if you got
one of the units round the wrong way, which is what I'd probably do, I'd just call it my original star.
Exactly, we wouldn't be worrying about anything like that. I don't like to unpick.
No,
I
me
really
neither.
don't like unpicking.
Don't do it.
You don't need to.
No, leave it in.
Leave it in. Let your mistakes show, and then the next quilt's better, and the next quilt's better.
Permission to play. And let's not forget, Janet, every Friday from now on is...
Yeah, play day.
Play day.
Play day.
Put it on your calendars, please, every one of you.
Yeah.
Let's all
Tony,
play on a
you can
Friday.
boil the kettle as many times as you like on a Friday. How's
you'll just
that?
be playing.
Yeah.
Well, we've had it official say so, Tony. I hope you're recording this show. You can play it back anytime you need to.
He'll have it in writing by the time I get home.
Fab. And don't forget as well, salmon with veg for tea tonight, please. That would be lovely.
That would be lovely. Thank
Gorgeous.
you.
I try and look after you if I can, Janet.
You do.
Fab. All right. So those are our projects for this morning from Janet. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Janet.
It's been such a lovely morning. Genuinely lovely morning.
I'm glad. Thank you. Do you know when you're coming back? Are you back before Christmas?
Yes, I am. It's quite early, actually. It's in about 3 weeks.
Oh, when's that?
Don't know. Tony will know the date. But I'm coming, and we'll have new things to show you, and I shall get organised.
fantastic.
Lovely.
If I don't see, I can't believe I'm saying this, if I don't see you before, have a lovely Christmas.
And
won't
you, and New Year. It'll be New Year if you're not here in December.
That's right.
It
That's
goes
right.
quick.
I'm back on the 30th. I'm around on December, of course. We might even be doing our next show together.
Be doing our next
You can
show.
always ask them to change it. I won't be offended. No, it's been delightful.
I've got homework to do.
Yeah, you do indeed.
I do.
Make that pouch.
I bet I had.
All right, fabulous. All right, we are going to go to a break. And then when we come back, it'll be our final hour, which is gorgeous, luxurious designer quilt kits you will not want to miss. I will see you the other side of this.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. Yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Okay, welcome back. Last hour here on Sewing Street. We're going to focus on quilt kits in this hour. We've also got some quilt battings, some waddings and a few different ones which I'm going to talk a little bit about. So we'll do some kits, we'll look at some wadding, we'll come back to kits. If you've got any questions about waddings, do get them in at our usual email address studio@sewingstreet.com, and we're going to have a few different battings, and we'll have a little look at some of the benefits and where you might use them as well, so keep tuned for that. I wanted to start this out with Border Crossing, which features these amazing fabrics from Tim Holtz. Now you know me and Tim Holtz. I just love his fabrics, and what I particularly love about them is they have a lovely masculine palette. They are sort of not gendered in the sense of floral, feminine. They are striking. They are often have a kind of distressed or shabby chic look to them. The palette I love, it's kind of neutral but warm. This is called Border Crossing and features a whole load of different sawtooth or variable stars. So you've got the basic sort of sawtooth star here with a plain centre, simple flying geese, and then you've also got the variable star over here, basically the same star, but then has the square and a square in the centre. Followed then by these simple plain blocks in the background. Really gorgeous quilt, very beginner friendly, beautiful palette. And then I love the border, which features what I always refer to as tall triangles. So it's got that large tall center triangle and then two half rectangle triangles either side. Let me grab the correct quilt and open it up and show you what you get inside. The kit itself is £199. Now it's a big old quilt. It's a big old quilt. It is size-wise 162 by 203. Now we'll just work that out in inches, and I'll tell you that in just a second because that means more to me. But inside, look, you've got your full instructions for your quilt kit. .63 inches by 80 inches, so a great topper for a double bed or a queen size bed. So you've got all your fabrics there, and you've a mixture of kind of greys, tans, warm taupe, and then also this kind of deep rusty coloured. You've got a little bit of plaid in there. You've got a few different prints, really beautiful. You've got a template sheet. This is your tall triangle and your half rectangle. So freezer paper or template plastic will make an easy job of that. Oh, I'm going to answer a quick question. We had a couple of questions about the quilt, the garden maze quilt earlier. Donald's asked, and another viewer asked earlier on, is the quilt in my book Make 100 Quilts? It is not. It is not. It is a standalone pattern, so it's not in any of my books. Thank you for asking the question. It's a good one. It's a good one. And also, of course, in the pattern that you can get from Sewing Street, you get 6 different layouts and 6 different sizes of quilt. Let's just get this open so I can show you all the lovely fabric. Now look at that pumpkin plaid. That is amazing. Wow. Now I'd love this kit. There's loads in it and it's absolutely beautiful. So much fabric. You've got all these lovely, there's a plaid, this is fun, poison, chloroform, not to be taken. Gosh, I mean, not my immediate thought for fabric for a quilt, but it's really fun and works. You've got your alphabets there, you've got your script fabric, these really cool labels and adverts. It's got a little bit of a sort of slightly spooky feel to it, which I rather like. Love this sort of distressed pattern here. This is part spiderweb, part, I think it almost looks like a cross section of a tree trunk, but it's actually a spiderweb, but that's a really cool fabric. I love that. You've got your clocks. I've used that fabric so many times. I love it. Great spot. Gosh, there's so much fabric in here. That's lovely. Beautiful. Fab. Oh, skull and crossbones. So cool. You've got a mottle here. Again, Tim Holtz. You've got your big numbers. You've got your orange plaid. That is a phenomenal kit. Absolutely beautiful. I love that. Absolutely love that. Genuinely, really nice range of fabrics. Completely gorgeous. And pop that on my Christmas list. It'll have sold out by then, of course. I won't get it, but that is lovely. Big quilt too, 63 by 80 inches that is. In new money, that's 162 centimetres by 203. That is our first quilt kit. It's called Border Crossing from Tim Holtz. I'm going to pass this down the line, and this next, and then let's go. Now, where shall we go next? Autumn Rush. Autumn Rush. Is that this one? Is it K Facet? Autumn Rush. I got it. I got it. I got it. Now, do we have the finished quilt? Well, let me show you the front of the box. Okay, so we don't have a finished sample of this, but that is magnificent, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. It's 174 by 202 centimetres, so a similar sort of size to the last one. Made with kind of like almost like a half snowball block. Gorgeous selection of fabrics. Let's see what's inside. Oh, wow. That is really vibrant. Let's have a look and see. Really vibrant. Okay, got absolutely gorgeous, like a deep jewel-toned plaid. Really lovely, gorgeous and warm. Quite a warm, very warm palette, in fact, quite autumny. Rich and warm, jewel bright, lovely florals. That's a really cool stripe. And these fabrics that you're getting are all to make an exact replica of the quilt that's actually shown in the pattern. So this is the quilt that you will end up making, which is a really nice thing, isn't it? Sometimes you want to know exactly what quilt you're going to make. I'm just going to open this fabric out so you can see. Look at that. That is amazing. What a piece of cloth. Absolutely stunning. All these different vibrant kind of rich deep oranges and reds. There's some freshness in there from green and blue. You get all your black solid as well. So this is all the fabric to make the quilt top. Plus, of course, your full instructions as well for £174.99. There's the finished quilt. Really stunning. Okay, next quilt. There we go. Now, let's do Tula Pink, and this is a quilt called Tea Siesta. Oh, now I haven't seen this before. That's really fun. That's lovely. So this is more of a throw size quilt. It's 132 by 105. Can we just work out the inches, please? Now these fabrics all come from the Curiouser and Curiouser collection from Tula. 52 inches by 41 by 52. So yeah, nice throw size, good on the back of a sofa or a good wall hanging. This quilt, if I just show you, I think they call it a Greek cross, the quilt pattern, something like that. Yeah. Let me show you the fabrics. So Curiouser and Curiouser is a fabric range that Tula designed inspired by Alice in Wonderland and that whole sort of Mad Hatter's Tea Party. So it's a gorgeous, now I think this has got a lovely sort of romantic, sort of shabby chic palette really. It's those pinks and blues and greens, but all lovely and fresh. Now the real star of this design, I think, is this amazing teacup fabric. That is really cool, isn't it? Little hearts on the centre of each teacup. I don't know whether I want to drink what's in the cup. I don't know whether it would make me larger, smaller, cleverer, quieter, who knows? These look more like tea, so I'll probably drink those. I don't know about the pink one. I'd have to just try it and see. Now you've also got some other fabrics. These are all from the Curiouser and Curiouser collection. Here you've got Alice. There she is. You've got the dodo. You've got the watch, the Mad Hatter's, the White Rabbit's watch, his pocket watch. Drink Me. Love that. A gorgeous stripe. This is a cute floral, again, from Alice, from Curiouser and Curiouser. You've got the floral, but can you see in the background? It's not a polka dot. It's actually like clubs and hearts and diamonds and spades. The suits from playing cards. There's a clever little design touch, that, isn't it? You've got this one which always reminds me of malachite. I think it looks like a gemstone, doesn't it? And then a few fabrics from the True Colours, Tula Pink True Colours, the spot, and also this hexagon print, which I absolutely love. And then look at this. This is you use this for some of the rectangles. Now, do you remember earlier on we had that rainbow ombre and I said, oh, this is very Tula. Well, this is really it, isn't it? But in a Tula design. This again is all of the different suits from playing cards, done almost like an ombre polka dot. Very beautiful. Gorgeous. So all of the fabrics in there for your quilt top and your quilt design for £119.99. There's the quilt. Absolutely gorgeous. Really like that one. Nice and easy piecing, that one too, actually. That would not be difficult to piece. That would be very beginner friendly. And also it's a really beginner friendly size as well. It's not a huge quilt, but it's a really good size quilt for lap, sofa, wall quilt, maybe topping a single bed, something like that. So really nice size. Okay, next up, should we do a little bit more Tula? A little bit more Tula. Let's do the curved rainbow. because this is delightful. I think this is really lovely. Yeah, I really like that too. Oh, now wait a minute, we've got a Tula pink quilt here. I'm just going to grab it out and see what it is. Ah, would you believe it? Look, it's the right quilt. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of throw it over the desk, just so you get a little bit more of a sense of what the quilt look. That is stunning. Oh, that is absolutely stunning. Beautiful. Look at that. Really stunning colours. Vibrant. Rainbow, but not the usual rainbow. Golds, oranges, pinks, purples. That is lush. That's a bit of all right, as Mary Berry would say. It's a bit of all right. Right, let's delve into the kit and see what we get. Lots of loveliness, I'm thinking. Oh. Now, size-wise, that quilt is 178 by 204, which I think is 63 inches by 80, or thereabouts. Oh. 70 by 80, nearly right, 70 by 80. So really good size quilt. Right, let's open up and see what we get. Oh, I'd like a bit of this. This is lovely. So we get some, now remember this is Tula pink solid. So this is Free Spirit. This is from her Unicorn Poop range of solids. So this is gorgeous. Yeah, it really is called Unicorn Poop. I know, she's a tinker, isn't she, that Tula pink? But she's wonderful. I once, some years ago, we spent, well, let's call it an evening. I remember being on a sofa, sort of laying in her lap, talking to her at 2 in the morning. We'd had a couple of beers and we were putting the world to rights. She's amazing, such a cool person, really creative. So look at all these gorgeous fabrics. Again, these are taken from the Curiouser and Curiouser collection with some of Tula's True Colours fabric in there as well. How cool is that? The Mad Hatter's hat, the little dormouse, teacups. You've got those roses. That's lovely on a pink background, isn't it? Now, how cool is this? This is the Cheshire Cat grinning wildly out from a golden yellow background. That's really lovely. Gorgeous stuff. And just the whole quilt is fab, isn't it? That's Mick Jaguar. There's that one that looks like gemstone. Really beautiful sort of silhouette flowers. Quite a lot of these fabrics in here are from True Colours, Tula Pink's True Colours. Love these spots, love these stripes too. And this silhouette flower is just divine, isn't it? It has elements of tradition, but the way it's coloured is just stunning and makes it much more modern. There's that ombre rainbow on the navy blue. That's a really deep navy blue, almost a purple, really deep purple blue. That is gorgeous. Makes the colours pop, makes it glow. Check out this. This is the teacups on a pink background. They are beautiful. Now, I mean, we would have these fabrics. We did have these fabrics by the ½ metre, but they've all gone now. Really, the only way to get these fabrics is in kits now. And then you've got your solid there as well. That's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. What a great kit. Now, easy to piece. We're talking squares with snowballed corners. That's all, you know, square on, stitch across the diagonal, trim and press back. So easy piecing. You've got split pay as well on there, $53.33. Now that's all you have to pay. If you've never used split pay before, let me just explain. When you come to check out your basket, it's one of the payment options. If it's available for that item, it'll come up as a payment option when you check out your basket. So you just have to click on that. No credit check, no questions to answer, no interest to pay either. You will just pay £53.33 today. We'll send you the kit. Next month, you'll pay £53.33. The month after that is your last payment and you're done. But you've had your quilt kit for 3 months. So you can have made the quilt by then. It's a great thing to consider. I love that quilt. That is really stunning. So glad we had the finished quilt there. That is beautiful. Right, next up, let's do Daydreamer. Daydreamer, yeah. Pineapples, yes. This is called Pining for You. Pining for You. Do you see what she's done there? It's very clever. You are going to make pineapple blocks. Now the quilt itself is absolutely stunning. Have a look at that. Really cool. This is 72 inches by 77.5 inches. Now, love this. You get your very own zip-topped bag with this. Look at this. So you get your zip around the front, around the top. I'm just going to show you a little bit of. This is amazing. I'm gonna pull it out. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get it back in again. But we want to see what's inside. Okay, prepare yourself for this, because this is well, I'm just going to hold it up for a second and show you. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Look at all that lovely fabric. There's so much gorgeous fabric in there. It's incredible. Look. Look at it all. It's gorgeous. Look. If you love Tula Pink, this is going to be making you squeal at the telly right now. You've got all of these solids as well. All of these solids again. This is, look here, this is Dragon's Breath, solids, Dragon's Breath, and Dragon's Breath. And then on the underside, unicorn poop. Unicorn poop. And then look, there's more gorgeous pattern fabric under there as well. It is absolutely, I don't think I've ever seen a kit so jam-packed with not only beautiful prints, but also with incredible solids as well. And that finished quilt is glorious, isn't it? Absolutely glorious. And you know what? If you're a bit sort of tired of piecing blocks, you know, stars and flying, this is really different, isn't it? Piecing pineapples, it's a little bit different. It's a lot of fun. 199.99. There is a main Christmas present if ever I saw one. Absolutely lovely. Again, split pays. You've got actually here 3 split pays of just 66. So glad I put my teeth in firmly. Which you only have to pay 66 today, and we'll send you that quilt home, or that quilt kit. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, one more Tula Pink. I know there's more. It's incredible, isn't it? I'm just thinking here, I've got another quilt. That is not, no, we've got 2 more. We've got 2 more Tula Pinks. Let's do Fancy Fantasy, and I can show you the quilt as well, because I've actually got that. Yeah. Now, we've only got 2 of these kits left. So I'm just going to show you. Let's bring Becky on. Oh, she's hiding behind the quilt now, that old chestnut. I hope I don't accidentally drop the quilt, Becky, and show you to the world. It's a big old quilt. It's a Lone Star. Isn't that gorgeous? You only see a bit of it, but it's really stunning. Absolutely stunning quilt. Pieced with diamonds. There she goes. Oh, Becky does not want to be seen today. Bless her. All right. Let's open it up and see. Now, big quilt, 215 centimetres square, which is a smidge over 80 inches square. 84 inches square. Becky Alexander Frost has just messaged in, referring to the Pining for You quilt kit that I insisted on getting out of the bag. She's put, oh no! Good luck getting that back in the package. Yes, you're right. That's what I'll be doing after the show, Becky. All right. So in here, look, you get your full instructions for making your quilt. Then you get all this beautiful, beautiful fabric. Flamingos, prawns, obviously, parrots, diamonds, rainbows, jaguars, bright fluffy clouds. It's all there, butterflies, just incredible. There's no solid in this quilt. It is all patterned fabric, absolutely glorious. And let me just say that you're not going to cut individual diamonds and sew them together. Let me just show you here. You're going to cut strips of fabric. You're going to sew them together in sets, and then you are going to cut them on a 45-degree angle, and then you are going to sew those strips together. I'm just going to show you something pretty amazing now, more amazing than any of the quilt kits. Buffer, what do you think about that? I will be having lunch, not doing that at lunchtime. And that, my friends, is just how clever Becky is. Well done, Becky. You're superstar, you. All I can say is phew. Well done. We've only got 2 of these left. We've got 3 in baskets. Let me show you that finished quilt again. It is a stunner, isn't it? And actually a lot easier to piece than you might first imagine. You're cutting and sewing strips, you're cross-cutting into long strips and then piecing them together. Pinning at the intersections. There are lots of good tutorials for piecing Lone Star quilts. Really worth having a look at as well. I made a Lone Star quilt some years ago. It was actually really enjoyable to make. I enjoyed it. It was one of those things that was on my bucket list, and I thought, you know, this is a project I could be really proud of doing. And then when I'd done it, yes, really proud of it. And it went together much easier than I thought it was going to. Best press your fabrics before you cut them into strips. Best press your fabric, nice accurate cutting, nice accurate sewing, and that will go together a dream. You'll really enjoy that. All right, we've got one more Tula Pink quilt kit, and this is called Sunshine Daydream. Now again, this is one of those quilts which I'm going to say is a showstopper. An absolute showstopper. Look at that. That is amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. Incredible. This is what I would call a medallion quilt. It's almost like a mandala, isn't it? Rather than a block, it's one big image. This is 70 inches square, which is just a shade over 1 3/4 meters square. So it's a perfect opportunity to really show off your fabrics. Just have a look. Can you see how the butterfly fabric's been fussy cut so that each of these triangles, these setting triangles, has a butterfly perfectly captured in each? It's a really, really clever kit. Now, Becky Alexander Frost has got in touch to say, well done, Becky. So much so, Baffa, I'm going to get this. Am I pushing my luck? Oh, Becky's like, no, it's fine. Open it up. I can put that away. Okay, then. I'm gonna. This is glorious. I love the colourway as well. It's really tropical, isn't it? That mixture of greens and turquoise, and then those hot oranges and pinks. Yummy, 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 yummy. That is absolutely beautiful. These are like ombre fabrics as well. They shade from dark to light. There are those amazing butterflies that you're going to fussy cut. You've got your solid background. Looks black in the picture, but it's actually this really deep grey. Rainbows and fruit. Beautiful. We've had a lot of rainbows in the show today. That is a beautiful sign, isn't it? Because I think rainbows are very significant. They're very meaningful for a lot of people, and they're just a beautiful symbol of hope and love and, I don't know, kind of, well, it's all about sunshine after showers, isn't it? Which, let's be honest, we could all do with. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fabrics. That is really stunning. I'm going to say it, not a first quilt. Not a first quilt. You want a little bit of confidence before you make a quilt like this. But here's the thing. Rather than working on a gazillion blocks, you're working on, think of this as one big block. This is something to really take your time over. Take your time cutting each piece. carefully, accurately. Take your time, even marking your seam allowances so that everything comes out really accurately. And if it isn't quite right, unpick and have another go, because once you get this whole quilt together, it's going to look stunning. It's going to be so beautiful, and it's going to be worth all the time it took to make. You've also, of course, got your full pattern in there, which really is like a book. You really have got a full pattern in there. I'm just going to open it up a second. How many of these kits do we have? Okay, so we've just got 11 of these kits left. Let me just show you inside. So you have got really full instructions in here. It's like a little book. You've got how to cut out your fabrics to create the desired ombre effect. You've got full piecing instructions, so your hand is held. You've got all of these full-sized foundation, and they are, you don't have to draw these out, these are all done for you. So you've got all the foundations printed for you and the number that you need. You just cut these out and then piece straight onto these. So you've got foundations as well, all of your templates included, absolutely everything in that pattern. That is an amazing quilt, absolutely amazing quilt. It is definitely a showstopper. Yeah, it's amazing. Right then, I'm going to hand that over. Becky, the floor is yours, my darling. Lots of lovely Tula there. Let's move on and look at something really different. Could we do Cosmic Crush? Cosmic Crush. Cosmic Crush. I just think that's a really beautiful quilt. It's a really beautiful quilt, and it is a really beautiful range of fabrics. Now, Nikki, can you tell me what size quilt are we making here? This is 15 fat quarters and 4 meters of fabric. So the throw. Okay, cool, thank you. This is enough to make the throw. 60 inches by 75 inches. So you get your pack of fat quarters. Now these are glorious, aren't they? Blues, aquas, bright magentas, and pinks, some peach, some lemon. I'm thinking, Becky Alexander Frost, I think this is a colourway that you would like. Am I right? These are fabrics that you might like. I'm going to put it out there. Those are gorgeous. Really lovely. You're also getting your fabric for your binding and also all your background fabric. And rather than just being a solid, this is a beautiful patterned fabric. Becky's done it again, by the way. That quilt kit's gone away. Hurrah. 3 cheers. Do we have cheers? Do we have cheers? We can do cheers. We can do cheers. Plus your quilt pattern. Now that quilt pattern actually comes in 3 sizes. So you've got instructions for a baby, a throw, and a queen size quilt. Hooray! Those are just for you, Becky. Well done, my darling. Brilliant. £137.39. I bet you can put away a jelly roll as well, can't you? Done it. She's done it. She's done it. Another cheer, please. Lovely, gorgeous. There's something going on there. Oh, Becky says definitely right up my street, that bundle. Yeah, really gorgeous, beautiful. Right, next up I have got Natural Lulu. Natural Lulu. I love the name. I'm not a natural Lulu. I get it done at the hairdressers. This is glorious. Have a look at this quilt though. Do you have an image? Yeah, that is right up my street. That is right up my street. I love the colours. I love the piecing. That is a beautiful quilt block. That is gorgeous. And the fabrics are a bit of all right. Let me show you. So there's your background fabric. It's like a mottle, almost like a sponged print. And then look at these lovely prints. They are, the quilt itself, by the way, is 57 by 73 1/4, Really nice range of fabrics. You've got those deep rusts and oranges, a little bit of grey, some tan, deep gold. They're very modern prints, but I don't think there's anything sort of scary about the modernity of these prints. Do you know what I mean? They have kind of a lovely freshness to them, but they also feel quite soothing, quite familiar. Absolutely lush. Love these greys. And then you've got some mottles as well in this beautiful kind of tobacco gold and grey as well. That is a stunning quilt kit and an absolutely beautiful quilt. Can we just show the quilt again, please? Stonking value as well, $88.99. That is really good value for a quilt that is 57 by 73 1/4. That is a really good price, really good price. Okay, I'll have that one. I'll take that. Just popping out to my car, that is. All right, I'm just wondering at this juncture if we might have a little quick look at some quilt battings and waddings. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to pick up my iPad and I'm going to have a little wander. Come hither, come hither. Right, now then, I particularly wanted to just grab insulated wadding first of all. So this is the So Simple insulated wadding, heat resistant wadding. We'll pop up details on screen. Do you want a code? Yeah, AN98. So are these pre-cut bundles of wadding? Yeah, so this is a 1/2 metre. So is this by the 1/2 metre or a 1/2 metre cut? You can get this by the metre. Yeah, by the 1/2 metre. Okay, so this is insulated batting. This is something which I get asked about all the time. How to use it, where do I use it, etc, etc. This is the shiny one. Okay, so what you've got here is you've got a quilt batting, a polyester quilt batting on one side. Okay, and then on the reverse side of it you've got this shiny metallic. So what this is going to do, it's an insulating batting, it's a heat resistant excuse me, batting. Now that's ideal for things like pot holders, oven mitts, tea cozies, placemats. You can use this for ironing board covers. You can use this for lunch boxes. You can also use this for things like cushions. Now I'll explain that in a second. And window treatments. Now, when I'm talking about window treatments, think about making a Roman blind or even a curtain that has this insulated batting inside it. Now, for curtain makers, this does not sound like a weird thing. If you've made regular curtains and you've just made them with an outer fabric and a lining fabric, this might sound a little bit crazy, like, what am I doing, hanging a quilt up at the window? Well, effectively, you are. So a lot of, I mean, especially, you know, those cold, stately homes, large hotels, places that have really big rooms, they often have insulating or interlined curtains because there's such a huge space to heat. But imagine using that same thing in your own home to increase the insulating properties at your windows. So what you would do is you would make up your curtains, but you would actually include this layer of batting inside the curtain between the outer and the lining fabric. Attach this and it will help to insulate your room, keep out the cold, keep the warm in. And effectively what you want to do is have the shiny side where you want to reflect heat either back into something or away from something. So you would have the shiny side wherever you want to reflect that heat. So if you were doing something like an insulated lunchbox where you want to keep hot things hot, Then you want the shiny side on the inside, because the heat is coming from the food, comes out, reflects back in. If you want to keep cold things cold, you actually want to have the shiny side on the outside. So for example, if you were going to use this to create like a heat reflecting mat to put inside the windscreens on your cars, you want the shiny side on the outside of the car, not on the inside. You want to reflect the sunlight away from the inside of your car. Or if you're making a cool bag to put your frozen food in from the shops, you want the shiny side on the outside of the bag to keep the heat away from the cold food inside. Cushions, by the way, this would be things, so for example, in America, they call them stadium cushions. So if you're going to see, you regularly go and see sports games, a lot of people take their own cushion to put on the seat to sit down on. If it's really, really cold, you want the insulating property on the top, the shiny side facing up, so that your body heat that's coming out of your body kind of hits the pillow and then is reflected back on yourself to keep you warmer and to keep the sort of cold air away from you. If that makes sense. I think it does. I think it does. So that's your insulated batting. Now then, do we have an 80-20 batting here? Do we have an 80-20 batting here? Yeah. ALY, did you say? ALY, yeah, great. Okay. So, number one question I am asked when I go to talks, give talks or visit quilt groups is, what kind of batting do I use in my quilts? And I always, almost always anyway, use 80-20 quilt batting. And that's what I've got right here. So let me show you this. So this is 80-20 quilt batting. Now width-wise, it's 228 centimetres wide. So inch-wise, what is that? We'll find out. Okay. 90 inches wide, and you can buy this by the ½ metre. We're just getting details up on screen. So this is an 80% cotton, 20% polyester blend quilt bat. Long staple cotton, which makes it very stable, soft polyester. You don't need to pre-wash a batting like this, but when you have made it up into a quilt, you can expect up to 5% shrinkage in the first wash. You want to wash using cold water, so 30 degrees or less, do a full cold wash when you wash your quilts. I always put colour catchers in with my quilt, even if they're 10 years old, just to be on the safe side. This is needled rather than like a sort of glue inside it. So it's sort of needle punch to hold it together. We've got more of this in baskets than we have available actually. So be quick if you want to get this. It's a great one to have in stock in your stash. We're going to sell out that one. I do have a different one which I can show you. If you give me the code, are the other ones sold out as well? I've got that one. Is that sold out? So this is an 80-20 wadding. That's sold out. Oh, okay, that's sold out. Okay, that's the extra wide. I also have MN51. Is that an 80-20 or a 70-30? This is 100% cotton. Okay, so this is 100% cotton batting. Again, really beautiful. What you notice about a quilt batting when you open it out, if it's 100% cotton, is it has a softer feel to it and it's thinner. So you have more drape with 100% cotton than you do with a polyester. You get a flatter finish as well when you quilt it. You don't get quite such relief in your quilting, which is a look that a lot of people want, that thin, very drapable quilt that hangs beautifully on a bed. Now this is 315 centimetres wide, so this is our extra wide. It's 124 inches wide. Now this is a brilliant buy if you think this is half a metre. So you've got half a metre in width, but you've got over 3 metres in length. That is a lot of quilted cushions, table runners, bags, if you like to use quilt batting in your bags. There is a lot of value in just half a metre of fabric. But if you think of this for your quilting, for layering and putting in your quilt, this is really, really economical quilt batting, actually, really economical. If you were going to do something like a queen size quilt, can you just check the number of inches in 2.5 metres, please? 250 centimetres converted into inches. Yeah. That's 98.4. So if you wanted to do a queen size quilt, a double or a queen size, where your quilt top is 90 by 108, for example, absolutely perfect. 2.5 metres, absolutely perfect. If you want to do king size, then you want 3 metres. 3 metres converted into inches, 300 centimetres converted into inches is going to work out at, I'm pretending I'm working it out in my head. There's someone in another room, Charlie. 118 inches. So that's your king size, up to king size. I've only ever made one quilt that was more than 118. So yeah, 2.5 metres for up to queen, and 3 metres for king. Okay, good, lovely wadding that. There's just one more that I want to show you, and that is PK85. So this is super soft polyester batting. Now width-wise, again, this is 315 centimetres wide. So this is that 124 inches. Now what's lovely about this, if you've used polyester batting in the past, and I'm going to stick my neck out here and say you might well have used something which is about this thick and really springy, like 4-ounce polyester batting or 8-ounce polyester batting, which really, let's be honest, is only suitable for things like either upholstery, where you're laying it over the top of, say, padding, for example, or if you're using it for something like a comforter, you know, like an old-fashioned, like almost like a tied eider down or something like that. It's fine for that. It's not suitable for a quilt at all, really. And if you think that's polyester quilt batting, so I'm not going to touch it, have a little look at this, because this is very much just a polyester version of the quilt battings that we use, all of the cotton battings rather, that we use all the time. This is very thin, so you're still going to get that lovely drape. It's not as drapey as a cotton quilt batting, but you're still going to get lovely drape. You've got fantastic stability with a quilt batting like this. It is supremely washable. You are really not going to get any shrinkage. So if you don't like that slightly crinkled look to quilts after they've been washed, try a polyester bat instead. You are still going to get the same look to your quilt when it's quilted. The other thing that is a big plus is the price. $5.99 for 124-inch wide is significantly more affordable than a cotton batting. And I'm going to put my neck out here, stick my neck out here and say that I've always been of the opinion, ooh, polyester batting, really wouldn't use it in a quilt. However, I have just started using these polyester battings. I used one for a quilt really recently and it quilted beautifully. The other benefit I'll tell you with the polyester batting is it is springier than a cotton batting. It's got a little more loft Actually, for the weight of it, for the thinness, it's got quite a bit more loft. So when you quilt it, your quilt designs really pop. The quilt I'm talking about, your little green one, please. Thanks, Becky. Thanks. This is the quilt that I actually used the polyester quilt batting for. And I just want you to have a look at the quilting and how the quilting pops. You can really see that, can't you? You can really see that. And in fact, in a second, I'm going to flip this over. Can you see the relief? Yeah. And if I just flip this over for a second so you can see it from the back, and I think you really get a sense of how that quilting pops, the dimension that you get. It is really lovely, and I was super impressed. But in terms of drapeability, you've still got this gorgeous drape to your quilt. So if you've never tried a polyester batting, or you haven't tried one of these new polyester battings, I would recommend you give it a go. Maybe get yourself half a metre, see how it goes with something like a table runner or some cushions, or maybe a metre, and then you can do a wall hanging, something like that, and just see how it goes. Because like a lot of things in the quilting world and the world in general, technology is constantly moving on, and sometimes it's not a great thing, but sometimes it's a great thing, and I think polyester battings have really, really improved. Okay, let's move back down and do the last few quilt kits. All right, can we do Hope Blooms, please? This is lovely. This is right up my street. This is Kansas Troubles Quilters. I love the quilt. I adore the fabrics in this bundle. You get a quilt pattern. You get a template in here as well. The petal shapes that you see in the flowers are actually appliqued rather than pieced. Fusible applique, you use the template for that. And then you get this great big chunk of fabric. There's a layer cake in there. There's loads of yardage as well for borders, bindings, inner borders. You get absolutely loads for £179.99. Collector who's in Merseyside has said, fabulous show today. Thank you. So much inspiration and helpful tips to make your projects more exciting to work on. I hope so. Thank you. I hope so. Yeah. Definitely try that polyester batting. It is a bit of a revelation. I'm thrilled with the way that Tilda quilt quilted. But yeah, back to this. So this is the Moda Kansas Troubles quilt kit. There's the finished quilt. Now, at the quilt kit, would you believe you actually get all the fabric to make the quilt and the table runner? Do you see that table runner? You get that too. So the quilt is 66 inches square. The table runner is 22 inches by 46 inches. You get both. And I reckon as well, if you're a bit creative with your cutting, I reckon you could make the quilt itself, and then you could probably make 2 bordered cushions. I say not 3, although you've got 3 blocks in that runner, because you'd need the outer fabric to do an outer border around the cushion. But I don't know, you might have enough left over of this to piece it together, but you could do that instead if you preferred a quilt and some cushions. So I often say this about quilt kits. You don't have to make the quilt that's on the front. You could use the fabrics for a different quilt from one of your favourite books. You can make the quilt smaller, do a wall hanging with cushions and a runner instead of a really big quilt. Or you can just buy the quilt because it's the last chance to get those gorgeous fabrics and you really want them. All right, so that is the Hope Blooms. Now we've also got floral wreaths. This is from Tilda. Now, and we've got the finished quilt here, and Deputy Joan made sample blocks for this. It's a glorious quilt. It features Garden Life collection from Tilda, which is a beautiful summery floral range. And then in the background, you've got grunge, Moda grunge in a deep purple, and the binding, you also get that in a gorgeous golden yellow. Really beautiful quilt kit for £209.99. Full kit in the box. You get your full pattern, you get all of your fabrics in there as well. I don't think I've got time to open the box because we need to do the menu. Where does the time go, eh? Where does the time go? Look, I'm back tomorrow, so let's have a look and see what I'll be bringing you. First of all, at 8 o'clock, it's Moda Chickadee Fabrics and more Moda. We love it. We can't get enough. At 9 a.m, Becky Alexander Frost. I feel like I've had her on the show with me today. She's going to be in tomorrow with the Cozy Night Quilt, so let's get cozy with Baffa. That's what I say. At 10 a.m, we have got brand new guests in the form of Grace Alcock, and I don't know any more details than her mum. Grace and her mum will be here. That's what the email said. With Ribbonly, a brand new company for Sewing Street with beautiful ribbon wreaths, all sorts of loveliness. You're not going to miss that tomorrow. Now, at 11 o'clock, Becky is back with the quilt block case. I've seen that. That sample is gorgeous. And then at 12 o'clock, you want some really high class, beautiful to look at, designer, but incredibly affordable tools and notions. Stick around for Hemline Gold. It is beautiful. My favourite set of notions and tools right now, black and gold. It is so sophisticated. Thank you for staying with me this morning. I hope you'll have a wonderful rest of the day. Look after yourselves and each other, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow.